Shall I try something? Okay. Can you hear me already? No, you can't. Or very. Vážené dámy, vážení pánové, dobrý den, dobré ráno. Já se vám v první řadě omlouvám za to zpoždění, se kterým jsme začali kvůli technickým problémům, a které souvisí se streamem, který je určen našim online divákům, kteří nás zatím vidí, ale ne úplně slyší. Ale věřím, že se to podaří tento technický problém brzy odstranit a že konference poběží tak, jak má. Je mi velkou ctí, že vás můžu přivítat na dnešní konferenci, bude se věnovat, jak všichni víte, prioritám České republiky v čele Rady Evropské unie. Mé jméno je Untitled Chapter, jsem developerem portálu Plurality.cz a dnešním úvodním panelem vás provedu. Pojmenovali jsme ho podle mota předsednictví Evropa jako úkol. Dnešní konference se koná pod hlavičkou Spolku pro evropskou politiku, což je organizace nezisková, která je řídí na portálu euro.cz a akci organizujeme ve spolupráci se zastoupením Evropské komise v České republice a kanceláří Evropského parlamentu v České republice. Akce se nemohla konat bez našich dvou partnerů, pražské kanceláře Untitled Chapter, s níž jsme spolupracovali na přípravě prvních dvou panelů, a pražské kanceláři Heinrich a Bela. Heinrich byl Stiftung, která je partnerem odpolední části konference. Ještě než se do konference pustíme se do diskuzí, poprosím o úvodní slovo ředitele obou nadací a prvního pokusím ředitele regionálního projektu Střední Evropa, pana Markuse Ema. Prosím.
Dear Mr. Vypásek, as the host of today's conference, Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome all of you at the European House in Prague. The venue could not have been chosen better. Czech Republic is about to take over the presidency of the Council of the European Union for the second time since its accession in 2004. And this is exactly the topic today's conference is dealing with. It is a matter of fact that the challenges ahead are huger than ever before. The European Union is still in its crisis mode that started with worldwide turbulences in economy and financial issues in 2008, and that was followed by the migration wave in 2015. He who thought that it is impossible to be confronted with even worse times was proved wrong. Earlier this year, on 24th February, Russia started its military attack on Ukraine, and the war is still ongoing. Since then, the European Union member states imposed heavy sanctions on the aggressor and, beside that, support Ukraine with substantial military equipment. Last week, the European Council paved the way for the Ukraine to become a European Union member by accepting it as a candidate country. These are the circumstances setting the frame for Czech Republic's second EU presidency. There are 5 priorities defined by the country, which we are going to learn more in the course of today's event. I'm looking forward to interesting insights and inputs, and as head of Central European Project of the Untitled Chapter, I'm happy to say that we consider it a privilege to be partner of Euractiv, which organized once again a very high-ranking conference in the heart of Prague. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Mr. M. Já bych nyní poprosil Adélu Jurečkovou, ředitelku pražské kanceláře Heinrich Stiftung, o její komentář a způsob provozu.
Dobré ráno, slyšíme se? Dobré ráno, vážené dámy, vážení pánové. Dovolte i mě vás jménem pražské kanceláře Heinrich Stiftung srdečně přivítat na dnešní konferenci. Jen několik dní nás dělí od počátku českého předsednictví v Radě EU. Většina z nás si ještě dobře pamatuje, jak to Češi před 13 lety v době historicky prvního a zatím jediného českého předsednictví chtěli Evropě osladit. Díky pádu vlády, který se udál v jeho průběhu, po prvním předsednictví v Česku však zůstala spíše nehořklá příchuť. Pokud bychom chtěli vyjádřit v terminologii chutí, jaké bude to následující, tak se nabízí metafora, že Česku nesvěde než kousnout do kyselého jablka a pustit se do řešení nelehkých výzev, které sebou přináší ruská agrese na Ukrajině, rostoucí inflace a energetická krize a následky koronavirové pandemie, která je tu s námi už 3. rokem. Motto Evropa jako úkol, které si Česko zvolilo pro své předsednictví a které odkazuje na Václava Havla, nasvědčuje tomu, že si dobře uvědomuje závažnost úkolů, kterému Evropa v následujících 6 měsících vkládá do rukou. Reflektují to i priority předsednictví, Jejich těžištěm je pochopitelně řešení konfliktu na Ukrajině a jeho dopadů, od zvládnutí uprchlické krize přes poválečnou obnovu Ukrajiny a posílení obranných kapacit až po energetickou bezpečnost. Jakkoliv je nutné a neodkladné řešit bezprostřední výzvy, před kterými Evropa v těchto klíčových oblastech stojí, Česko by během svého předsednictví nemělo být jen dobrým krizovým manažerem, ale také nestratit ze zřetele střednědobé a dlouhodobé cíle a priority, ke kterým se Evropské společenství přihlásilo. Právě to si myslím, že bude jednou z hlavních výzev předsednictví. Krátkodobé a dlouhodobé evropské cíle spolu vzájemně sladit a hledat mezi nimi synergie. Například v prioritě energetické bezpečnosti to může znamenat nejen snahu nahradit částečný výpadek fosilních zdrojů jinými, ale také zaujetí proaktivní role v budování kapacit obnovitelných zdrojů a zefektivnění úspor, což přispěje jak k větší nezávislosti Evropy na ruských dodávkách, tak zároveň i k řešení klimatické krize. Následkem konfrontace s ruskou agresí si dnes obzvlášť palčivě uvědomujeme zásadní význam stabilních a odolných demokratických institucí. Od transparentního vládnutí přes nezávislé soudy až po svobodná média. Jsem proto ráda, že jejich posílení si české předsednictví vytýčilo jako jednu ze svých priorit. Untitled jako zelená politická nadace podporuje dialog o ochraně klimatu, sociálně spravedlivé transformaci energetiky a podpoře demokratických institucí v Evropě i za jejími hranicemi už desítky let. V Česku již od roku 1990. Jsme rádi, že v tom můžeme pokračovat i podporou této důležité konference, konkrétně 2 odpoledních panelů. Mám radost, že se pořadatelům podařilo dát dohromady tak působivé složení hostů, od zástupců a zástupkyň domácí evropské politické úrovně, přes experty a expertky, až po občanskou společnost. Věřím, že z dnešních debat vzejde mnoho cenných impulzů pro ty, kdo budou české předsednictví realizovat, i pro nás všechny, kteří ho budeme bedlivě sledovat a na různých úrovních doprovázet. Děkuji proto Euraktivu, že tuto konferenci inicioval a uspořádal. Děkuji všem, kdo se do jejich příprav zapojili, včetně mých kolegyň z týmu Untitled a přeji nám všem plodnou debatu plnou zajímavých podnětů. Děkuji.
Já vám moc děkuji, paní ředitelko. A nyní se můžeme pustit do samotné diskuze. Jak všichni víte, od startu historicky druhého českého předsednictví nás dělí už jenom několik málo dní. Česká republika bude stát v čele Rady Evropské unie od druhé, znovu po 13 letech a ta doba, jak jsme i slyšeli z úvodních příspěvků, je velmi nelehká. Ukrajina čelí ruské agresi, její dopady pociťuje i Evropa a to se navíc potýká ještě stále z důsledky koronavirové pandemie v podobě narušených dodavatelských řetězců, rostoucích cen a tak dále. Jak se tyto události odrazí v prioritách českého předsednictví, o tom si dnes budeme povídat s paní Elizabetou Poeč z odboru pro předsednictví České republiky v Radě EU. Dobrý den. S panem Markem Morou, viceguvernérem České národní banky a náměstkem ministra pro evropské záležitosti v době českého předsednictví v roce 2009. Dobrý den.
Dobrý den.
Vítám tu také Radka Špicera, viceprezidenta Svazu průmyslu a dopravy a od letošního ledna také viceprezidenta Konfederace Business Europe, která zastupuje zájmy průmyslu evropského. Dobrý den.
Dobrý den.
A vítám také paní Lucii Studničnou, vedoucí mezinárodního oddělení Českomoravské konfederace odborových svazů a zároveň také viceprezidentku skupiny 2 Evropského hospodářského a sociálního výboru. Dobrý den.
Dobrý den a děkuji za pozvání.
My jsme vám na programu slíbili jedno jméno, které tady mezi námi nevidíte. Pan ministr pro evropské záležitosti Mikuláš Bek se k nám nicméně připojí online, připojí se k nám 10. hodiny. Omlouvá se, musel za jinými pracovními povinnostmi a bohužel tedy se nemůže zúčastnit té akce od začátku, ale těšíme se na něj v 10 hodin. Já doufám, že už zprovozníme i technická zařízení na dálku, takže se do debaty potom budete moci zapojit nejen vy, ale i lidé, kteří nás sledují online. Tím se dostávám k organizaci samotného panelu. Já za malý okamžik poprosím paní Kovač o představení priorit českého předsednictví, tím se budeme podrobně věnovat jednak v tomto panelu a následně potom do větší hloubky ještě v panelech následujících. Tam se zaměříme na bezpečnost, obranu, odolnost evropských institucí a zejména svobodu médií a konečně na budoucnost evropské energetiky. Dojde i na vaše dotazy a komentáře, jak už jsem zmiňoval, ale teď už se pustíme do debaty a moje první otázka na paní Kovač je, jaké budou tedy priority předsednictví.
Tak ještě jednou dobré ráno všem. Já v první řadě děkuji moc za organizaci této debaty, za pozvání a taky všem účastníkům tady a i těm, kteří nás vidí, ale neslyší. Já, když se trošku nostalgicky vrátím do roku 2019, kdy jsme začínali s obsahovou přípravou českého předsednictví a začínali jsme nějakým způsobem přemýšlet nad tím, jaké budou obrysy toho našeho národního programu, jsme věděli, že před námi leží nelehký úkol, ale asi ani v nejdílčejších snech jsme si neuměli představit, jak ten úkol bude vypadat, nebo co nás čeká. A nyní dva roky, téměř 3 roky poté, tak se potýkáme nejenom s dopady celosvětové pandemie, v jejíž nejhorší fázi jsme se sotva dostali, ale také s válečným konfliktem, který jsme si mysleli, že už o kterém už uslyšíme jenom v nějakých historických učebnicích. Tahle situace před nás postavila řadu výzev, do určité míry rozbourala nějaké naše jistoty a právě tomuto chceme se věnovat během předsednictví a na základě toho byly stanoveny ty naše priority. Bylo stanoveno 5 priorit a jedná se o zvládnutí uprchlické krize a poválečnou obnovu Ukrajiny, energetickou bezpečnost, posilování evropských obranných kapacit a bezpečnost kyberprostoru, strategická odolnost evropského hospodářství a odolnost demokratických institucí. Co se týče té první priority zvládnutí uprchlické krize a poválečná obnova Ukrajiny, tato priorita vyplývá z té potřeby řešit nejmasivnější vnitroevropskou uprchlickou krizi, kterou jsme tady viděli za poslední dekády. Ta zatěžuje nejen infrastruktury jednotlivých států a rozpočty, ale má samozřejmě dopady i na samotné ženy a děti, které se nachází v této nelehké situaci. To je věc, kterou budeme chtít adresovat, ale také se věnovat té poválečné obnově. Byť to inherentně ten název značí, že by měla být pro tuto prioritu, pro naplnění této priority dosaženo nějakého mírového stavu, tak to nemusí být nutně tak, byť bychom si to všichni přáli. V rámci této priority nám jde o to stanovit nějaký národní plán obnovy pro Ukrajinu, nějaký flexibilní a transparentní, který budeme moci, budeme znát jeho obrysy a budeme moci ho dále aplikovat. Tato krize nám ale taky ukázala jednu důležitou věc, a to, že Evropská unie nemůže být životně závislá na dodávkách energie, zejména z těch nestabilních režimů, které ohrožují přímo její vlastní bezpečnost. Z toho vyplývá ta druhá priorita energetické bezpečnosti a za mě tato priorita se zaměří právě na oproštění se od dodávek od ruských fosilních paliv a současně, ale toto bude také pro nás příležitostí, jak se zamyslet nad naším energetickým mixem i v kontextu nějaké klimatické situace, ve které se teď nacházíme, ale také v kontextu rostoucích cen a implementace nějakých nástrojů, které nebudou zatěžovat občany Evropské unie v situaci již teď poměrně kritické. se týče třetí priority, posilování evropských obranných kapacit, tak opět krize na Ukrajině nám ukázala nějaké nedostatky, respektive slabiny, které má naše bezpečnostní architektura. Tyto slabiny budeme chtít adresovat a postupovat v bezpečnosti Evropské unie nejen v kontextu tradičních partnerů v rámci NATO a v rámci implementace strategického kompasu, ale také objevovat další nějaké výhody, které má spolupráce v rámci členských států a objevovat tyto výhody společně tak, jak teď postupujeme, aniž by nám to bylo prakticky nakázáno, ale sami jsme se rozhodli v tuhle chvíli postupovat vůči situaci na Ukrajině jednotně. Co se týče strategické odolnosti evropského hospodářství, nejen ta krize energetická a ta ruská agrese vůči Ukrajině, ale už i ty 2 roky, po kterou jsme tady byli omezení restrikcemi v rámci celosvětové pandemie, tak to narušilo základní pilíř evropského hospodářství a narušilo to základní pilíř našeho vnitřního trhu a tím jsou dodavatelské řetězce. My se budeme chtít zaměřovat na to, aby k obdobnému narušení už nenastávalo a aby naše hospodářství bylo v tomto ohledu silnější a nemuseli jsme řešit to, zda dodávky potravin jsou samozřejmostí nebo ne. A poslední, ale neméně důležitá priorita je odolnost demokratických institucí. My se tady v kontextu ruské agrese vůči Ukrajině často bavíme o nějakém fyzickém boji, o území, o životy, o suroviny, ale často zapomínáme na to, že se jedná i o určitý morální boj za naše hodnoty, na kterých byla celá Evropská unie postavena. Chtěli bychom se zaměřit na to, aby tyto instituce, které zajišťují dodržování našich hodnot, aby byly odolnější a aby nebyly ohroženy a abychom nemuseli opakovat historické chyby a vybojovávat si ty naše svobody, které máme teď zase od začátku. Těchto 5 priorit, těchto 5 pilířů, které jsem tady řekla, které jsou prioritní pro naše předsednictví, to jsou všechno témata, ve kterých Evropská unie musí nějakým způsobem jednat, ale nechceme, aby tyto priority byly vnímány tak, že hasíme nějaké požáry. Chceme, aby jsme vyšli z nějaké dlouhodobější strategie a abychom nemuseli už do budoucna, doufejme, tyto problémy řešit znova. Děkuji za pozornost, to bylo za mě stručné představení priorit.
Tak já moc děkuju za představení a my se k prioritám samotným dostaneme za chvilku. Já bych ten pana, vzhledem k tomu, že tady máme Marka Moru, který byl před těmi 13 lety jednou z klíčových osobností českého předsednictví a navíc potom působil na generálním sekretariátu rady řadu let. Chtěl bych se zeptat, jakou stopu vlastně tehdy Česká republika za sebou zanechala. Jestli vám to tedy kolegové řekne, jestli se nestýděli nebo nevyhýbali se vám, když jste byl přímo angažován v tom předsednictví. Tohle do Bruselu mě to zajímá.
No, tak ještě jednou dobré ráno, děkuji za pozvání. Tak zaprvé bych chtěl říct, že je to přece jenom opravdu těch 13 let. Takže jsem některé věci už trošku pozapomněl a 5,5 roku vlastně už ani nepracuji přímo v těch evropských strukturách, takže to asi budu opravdu ty své komentáře brát hodně za tůňku a navíc, jelikož teda pracuji teďka v České národní bance jako její viceguvernér, tak se nemůžu úplně pouštět do nejsem prostě úplně svobodný komentátor v tomto směru. Ale pokud teda bych měl odpovědět na vaši otázku, tak mě to překvapilo, že jako v Bruselu, zejména v generálním sekretariátu rady, se docela na to české předsednictví nevzpomínalo ve špatném. Jako, myslím si, že to bylo lepší ten obrázek, než ten celkový mediální. A zejména mě překvapilo, že ta velice tehdy kontroverzní entropa, jestli se na ní vzpomínáte, tak ta byla vnímána v Bruselu daleko pozitivněji než tady. Mimochodem, generální tajemník rady, kterého jsem teda měl tu čest dělat, oni se teda vystřídali mezi tím 3, ale takže třem jsem dělal šéfa sekretariátu, ale toho prvního, který zažil to české předsednictví, tak mi řekl, a jiní lidé ještě, že během českého předsednictví přišlo do budovy rady nejvíc návštěvníků v historii jakéhokoliv předsednictví. Nikdy tam prostě nepřišlo tolik lidí a ty lidé se tam prostě bavili nad tím, samozřejmě ono to, jestli se na to vzpomínáte, ono to tak postupně gradovalo, já ten příběh celý tady ani nemůžu vyprávět, protože já jsem ho taky nějak zažil a on se postupně prostě měnil, to, jak to vlastně vzniklo, to umělecké dílo, ale samozřejmě úplným vrcholem pak bylo, že se zakryla ta jedna část takovým hadříkem bílým, nebo modrým, myslím, ti, kdo se tam byli, a všichni věděli samozřejmě, co pod tím hadrem je, takže jako to byla taková jako legrace, ale samozřejmě to spojení, jak jsme měli snahu si z toho všeho dělat legraci a ty slogany Evropy to osladíme a pak jsme si to sami všechno pěkně zavařili, tak to samozřejmě by bylo všechno trošku jako absurdní, ale z hlediska čistě toho bruselského to bylo lepší, než se na to dívali tady v Praze.
Vzpomínám, že během toho představování entropy, kdy se ohradili ty Bulhaři, tak tam vystoupil novinář, tuším z Financial Times, a ptal se, že jestli tedy Bulhaři tam nechtějí být, jestli by oni Britové mohli, no, tak si pamatujete, ta Británie tam chyběla na té entropě. Pane More, ještě u vás zůstanu, na co jste během toho předsednictví hrdí vlastně, co se České republice tehdy povedlo? A je tam naopak něco, na co byste rád zapomněl?
Tak ta jedna nejhorší věc, na to byste asi zapomněli všichni, že jeden jediný pád vlády za celé fungování České republiky, tak aby byla vládě vyslovena nedůvěra, to se odehrálo během českého předsednictví, což je, jako myslím si, že to byl vlastní gól, velký, nešťastný. Doufám, že se ho nezapakujeme trošku, ale tady už se pouštím zase na chod, asi kde bych neměl komentovat. Takže to bych si velice přál, aby jsme se takovýhle vlastňáků vyvarovali, tak to určitě bylo jako velké mínus, to všichni víme. Ale myslím si, že nakonec se podařilo prostě zvládnout celou řadu věcí, včetně toho, že jsme třeba dostali úplně nový úkol, který nikdy nikdo nepřipravoval a vlastně ono to vzniklo až někdy v říjnu 2008 po té velké finanční a ekonomické krize, že se znovu oživil ten projekt nebo to fungování skupiny zemí G20, kde předsednická země hrála nějakou roli a to my jsme vlastně do té doby pořádně ani nevěděli, tak jsme si to museli všechno naučit. Země se najednou stal šerpa pro G20, což byla role, kterou nikdy nikdo v Česku nedělal a už ji nikdy dělat nebude. Já jsem byl na 2 summitech G20, to nikdy žádný Čech nikdy nebyl a už nikdy nebude, protože dneska už tam samozřejmě to rotační předsednictví na úrovni šéfů státu a vlád, na úrovni ministrů financí to pořád pokračuje i na úrovni předsednické země, ale ne na té nejvyšší. Takže já jsem byl jednou v Washingtonu, jednou v Londýně, tak to si myslím, že se podařilo. I taková relativně kontroverzní agenda, i uvnitř Evropské unie, kterou jsme tam tehdy s prezidentem Sarkozym měli, nebo premiér Topolánek, on o tom píše v té své knize, já to tady nebudu opakovat, pro ty z vás, kteří by se o to zajímali, případně mohou říct si někde mimo mikrofon, tak to si myslím, že se povedlo a zejména si myslím, že se zvládla nakonec ta koncovka, která byla samozřejmě těžká s premiérem Fischerem, že jsme měli 3 politicky velice těžké věci na Evropské radě v červnu roku 2009. Jednak znovu jmenování prezidenta Barrosa, což je vždycky taková citlivá otázka, ale to se zvládlo dobře. Tehdy jsem musel vyjednat tzv. Irský protokol, Irové museli podruhé hlasovat o referendu, to už spousta lidí zapomněla. Byly 2 referenda o Lisabonské smlouvě a příprava na to druhé právě bylo to, že se museli Irům dát nějaké ústupky nebo nějaké prostě podmínky. To také bylo velice citlivé, zejména s Velkou Británií, ale i s jinými zeměmi. Bylo to celou řadu rozměrů od obranné politiky až po potratovou politiku a jiné věci, prostě komplikovaná věc. Také se nám podařila vyjednat a tehdy se také vlastně založila taková ta finanční architektura Evropy, Evropská rada pro systémová rizika, která je při Evropské centrální bance a ty 3 agentury pro finanční trh, pro bankovnictví, finanční trh a pro pojišťovnictví, což také nebylo úplně jednoduché, včetně těch sídel, kde budou sídlet Londýn, Paříž, Frankfurt, takže to se nakonec povedlo na to, že Jan Fischer prostě začal fungovat 8. května 2009 a ta rada vlastně byla za měsíc a půl a museli jsme jako hodem obět, že jo, některé ty prezidenty, premiéry, aspoň ty klíčové, tak si myslím, že to zvládnou. Možná si vzpomínáte na tiskovou konferenci prezidenta Sarkozyho, já nevím, ty insidři z vás to možná budou vědět, kde řekl Sarkozy po té Evropské radě, že ten pán z toho statistického úřadu to zvládl velice dobře. Takže premiér Fischer to skutečně odehrál dobře a to je prostě těžká, to není jako jednoduchá role, takhle do toho vplynout a zvládnout to a myslím, že to se nakonec povedlo. A řekl bych, že celkově po té jako úřednicko-byrokratické úrovni jsme nakonec zvládli úplně všechno. My jsme ještě navíc měli předsednictví ve specifické době, kdy končila to 5leté legislativní období Evropského parlamentu, takže jsme museli spoustu věcí dotahovat a skoro všechno, co jsme si přece vzali, se nakonec podařilo.
Já děkuju. Já zůstanu ještě u těch organizačních otázek, které se týkají předsednictví a zeptám se paní Půvač, jestli se na to předsednictví těší.
By bylo blbý, kdybych řekla, že ne. Ne, samozřejmě se těším. Je to taková ta nervózní natěšenost. To myslím, že platí pro spoustu mých kolegů v rámci odboru. Je to takový zvláštní pocit, když někteří z nás už 2-3 roky to předsednictví připravují a promýšlí každý drobný jeho aspekt a opravdu na tom potí krev. A teď už se blížíme do cílové rovinky, už si balíme pomalu kufry a ve čtvrtek odjíždíme do Litomyšle. A tam se ten vlak rozjede a už nebude záchrany, takže samozřejmě se těšíme současně s tím, ale je tam taková ta nervozita, protože nikdo z nás není pamětníkem toho předsednictví v roce 2009, takže dobře, Alice je. nikdo z nás jejich podřízených takhle. Takže ano, těším se, ale je tam určitě taková ta nervozita, protože nikdy člověk není schopen podchytit vše a připravit se na všechny možné katastrofy, které můžou přijít.
No, není velkým tajemstvím, že pro předchozí vládu předsednictví prioritou úplně nebylo, takže to odrazilo v rozpočtu plánovaném, který se poté musel navyšovat s novou vládou. Nějakým způsobem se to na těch přípravách odrazilo, musel jste někde slevit z větších ambicí.
Tak slevit je asi silné slovo, já myslím, že jsme měli nějaký rozpočet a jednoduše jsme se na něj adaptovali přirozeně, takže takhle bych to nazvala. Zase ta otázka rozpočtu v poměru k tomu našemu prvnímu předsednictví, to byla často kontroverzní otázka ještě předtím, než vůbec předsednictví jako takové bylo na radaru mediální. A ta jeho výše nebyla úplně neopodstatněná, pardon. A podepsalo se na to, že my jsme, respektive tehdejší vláda, na začátku příprav stanovovala rozpočet s velkými otazníky. Nevěděli jsme, jak se bude vyvíjet pandemie covidu. Nevěděli jsme, jestli se nestane nějaká situace, jako se stala s Ukrajinou. Prakticky jsme nevěděli vůbec nic. Takže to se na tom rozpočtu hodně odrazilo. Podepsal se taky na tom fakt částečně, že jsme v polisabonském pořádku, což určitě jako vyvíjí o něco menší tlak na ty rozpočtové nároky. A třetí aspekt je, že nelze srovnávat rozpočty v prvním předsednictví a tom našem. V prvním předsednictví samozřejmě jsme se chtěli ukázat světu a mělo to předsednictví jinou váhu, než má teď. Takže já si myslím, že tyhle dva aspekty jsou nesrovnatelné v tomhle ohledu. Nová vláda nám samozřejmě rozpočet navýšila, za což jsme vděční. A momentálně operujeme opět s nižším rozpočtem než v roce 2019, ale platné jsou samozřejmě všechny ty argumenty, které už jsem řekla. Plus tedy se do toho ještě vložil nápor na český státní rozpočet vlivem jak pandemie, tak krize na Ukrajině. Ale ten rozpočet, který teď máme, tak je například naprosto srovnatelný s tím, s kterým operuje švédské předsednictví, které jde po nás. Takže bych úplně tak ty naše rozpočtové otázky neschazovala.
Dobře, co schodit trochu můžeme, zmiňujete, že jste byla, nebo že ani vy, ani vaši kolegové vlastně jste nebyli u toho prvního českého předsednictví, o nějaké kontinuitě ve státní správě a o těch kapacitách, které se bohužel po tom předchozím předsednictví někam ztratili. To ale není asi něco, s čím bych měl trápit, ale jsem si počkal na pana ministra, až se k nám připojí. Pojďme nyní už k těm prioritám. Historické zkušenosti České republiky se do těch priorit samozřejmě promítají a já bych se chtěl zeptat, tu otázku budu směřovat ještě na Marka Moru, jestli Ukrajině může pomoct, že právě v této chvíli bude Evropské unie předsedat Česká republika, kterou tu historickou zkušenost má, ví, co je zač Rusko a jestli vlastně nemůže dát tomu ukrajinskému směřování jiný impuls, než by to udělala nějaká třeba jižní země, západní země.
Tak velice dobrá otázka. Myslím si, že v tomto směru je výhodou, že předsednictví v Radě má Česká republika. Nicméně bych připomněl, že pořád máme jenom předsednictví v Radě a že žijeme v tom, co by se nazvala postlisabonském pořádku. Teda ještě tak něco nenapadlo, že ten postlisabonský pořádek prostě je Lisabonská smlouva od konce roku 2009 a vlastně v řadě těch klíčových oblastí, které by se vlastně té Ukrajiny měly týkat, my už ten plyn úplně nehrajeme. To je to zahraničně politické směřování, nepředsedáme Radu pro zahraniční věci a nepředsedáme ani Evropskou radu, protože co si budeme povídat, Ukrajina je dneska prostě téma pro šéfy státu a vlád. Ale samozřejmě ta předsedající země i do té Evropské rady nebo ten její premiér může vnášet nějaké impulzy, může se snažit spolu ovlivnit tu agendu, může ty věci nasměrovávat jistým směrem. Myslím si, že vlastně už jsme to trošku si odehráli i bez toho předsednictví nebo předtím. Takže máme v tomhleto nízký kredit a když se to uchopí šikovně, tak tam prostor určitě nějaký je, ale čistě formálně tam velkou roli hrát nebude. Zase, aby jsme se nedělali příliš velká očekávání, příliš velké iluze.
No, může jít o nějaké urychlení nebo naopak přibrždění nějakých...
No, takhle, urychlení přibrždění. Já si myslím, že to hlavní rozhodnutí, ten kandidátský status, přidělení z kandidátského statusu, že se stal a teď si myslím, že to bude prostě běh na šíleně dlouhou trať. A nevím, jestli se něco zahájí nebo něco reálného stane pro ty Ukrajince během českého předsednictví. Nerad bych je tady nějak zklamával, ale myslím si, že toho moc nebude. Prostě to skutečně přijetí Ukrajiny, včetně těch jednání, to si myslím, že bude na velmi dlouho. Tohle to bylo podle mě takové signální geopolitické rozhodnutí, které asi bylo správné, ale teď přijde prostě ta těžká práce a to je nadlouho a nevím, jestli zrovna jen toho našeho půl roku by tam mělo být nějakému průlomu, ale jsou tady určitě povolanější než já.
No, nejpovolanější si počkáme ještě, teď se posuneme k Radkovi Špicerovi. Já jsem zmínil, že vy jste nejen tedy viceprezidentem Českého svazu průmyslu, ale i Business Europe od ledna. Jaké naděje si evropský biznis, teď mám opravdu na mysli evropský biznis, ne ten český, spojuje s českým předsednictvím?
Absolutně bez jakémkoliv přehánění musím říct, že velké. A to proto, že jsme po Francouzích a jsme před Švédy. Nechci zacházet do detailu, asi chápete, o čem hovořím, když se podívám na ty fajly, které jsou na stole. Takže, abych to nějak ilustroval na konkrétním příkladu, my jsme s okolností zhruba před 3 týdny nebo 4 týdny jako Svaz průmyslu a dopravy organizovali tzv. COPRES, to znamená setkání prezidentů národních zaměstnavatelských svazů, ze kterých se Business Europe skládá. Je to obří organizace, bylo jich několik desítek. Business Europe v Evropě zastupuje několik milionů evropských firm vůči těm hlavním evropským institucím. A dopadlo to dobře. A když jsem se o tom bavil s Markusem Bayerem, což je generální ředitel Business Europe, tak on říkal, že si nepamatuje za celou svou kariéru, a už je v Business Europe hodně dlouho, předsednickou zemi, která by byla tak sladěná s prioritami evropského biznesu, jako je české předsednictví. Opravdu, když jsme měli schůzky s premiérem Fialou, s ministrem Síkelou, s Markétou Pekarovou a dalšími politiky, tak jsme se jenom odškrtávali naše priority, které jsme tam přednášeli, a oni říkali ano. Takže ta sladěnost je, bych opravdu nečekaná, maximální. A to, co já jsem našim kolegům v Evropě říkal, je, že jedna věc jsou sladěné priority a druhá věc jsou odpracované a úspěšně zakončené priority. Tak uvidíme, jak to tentokrát Češi zvládnou.
No a mohli jste nám něco o těch prioritách říct, jaké má Svaz průmyslu?
Svaz průmyslu a Business Europe, protože my v tomhle, tak jak my jsme sladění z Business Europe, tak je Business Europe sladěné s českým předsednictvím, takže já už tady můžu jenom zopakovat a možná vypíchnout ty věci, které jsou z těch priorit, které tady zazněly klíčové pro nás. Je to samozřejmě energetika, to asi nikoho nepřekvapí. Já se trochu obávám, že se české předsednictví stává odborníkem na plynové krize, protože myslím, že není úplně vyloučené s tím, co chystá Rusko 11. července, že už velmi brzy, že si zopakujeme to, co že si zopakujeme to, co jsme zažili před těmi 13 lety a pravděpodobně v horší variantě, takže k tomu pravděpodobně bude nutné věnovat hodně času a hodně energie. Nezazněl tady vnitřní trh, což je pro nás dlouhodobě priorita číslo 1, není pro nás nic důležitějšího ve fungování Evropské unie, než je plně liberalizovaný vnitřní trh. A jsem rád, že Česká republika, jestli je nějak vnímaná podle něčeho v Bruselu, podle mého názoru, tak jako šampion vnitřního trhu jeho další liberalizace určitě, by tady byly určité intermeca, jako české potraviny, kvóty a podobné věci, ale to už je tam za námi, nikdo si to moc nepamatuje. Digitál, pro nás naprosto klíčová agenda. Moje kolegyně Milena Jaburková, viceprezidentka Svazu průmyslu a dopravy, dokonce teď organizuje to, čemu říkáme B9, to je několik zemí, takové like-minded zemí, které skutečně tu digitální agendu považují naprosto klíčovou a chtějí, aby byla jednou z priorit Evropy obecně a českého předsednictví. Je tam spoustu fajlů, které budou velmi důležité, jako se týkají umělé inteligence nebo sdílení dat. Já jsem nechtěl být úplně nekorektní, ale trochu budu. V tomhle to francouzské předsednictví na nás bylo až trošku příliš evropocentrické. My si myslíme, že co se týká například sdílení dat, tak by bylo fajn, kdybychom spolupracovali minimálně tedy s demokratickými zeměmi, jako například Izrael nebo Spojené státy, a neuzavírali se příliš do toho evropského prostoru, tak na tomhle budeme chtít určitě pokračovat. Další věc, která tady nezazněla, která je pro nás super důležitá, jsou dohody o volném obchodu, je jich tam několik na stole. Budeme chtít, aby se ty práce pohnuly, protože tak, jak jsme šampionem liberalizace vnitřního obchodu v rámci Evropské unie, tak se snažíme být také šampionem liberalizace mezinárodního obchodu a dohody o volném obchodu k němu výrazně přispívají, takže na tom určitě budeme chtít, aby česká vláda pracovala. Ukrajina, naprosto souhlasím s tím, co říkal Marek. Musíme říci, že tam jedna věc, alespoň podle toho, co slyšíme od českých politiků, bude nějaká ta dárcovská konference, kde by Česká republika mohla přispět k tomu, aby Ukrajinci dostali peníze na ten svůj sopečný boj, který tam skutečně za nás za všechny svádí. Jinak souhlasím s tím, že se asi věci příliš po přiznání toho kandidátského statutu během našeho předsednictví nepohnou. No a poslední věc, budeme řešit pravděpodobně, alespoň částečně taková ta šťavnatá sousta, jako je zákaz prodeje nových vozů se spalovacími motory a podobně, což je téma mediálně velmi výživné, na které se asi všichni velmi těšíme.
My se velice těšíme, jsem rád, že jste otevřel to jedno z těch potenciálně kontroverzních témat, které vlastně před Českou republikou leží. Já se zeptám ještě na jednu věc. Tam třeba v těch prioritách, které představuje Svaz průmyslu, je tam vidět snaha, že hledáte rovnováhu. Tam je na jedné straně podpora strategické autonomie, třeba evropskému průmyslu, ale na druhé straně varujete protekcionismem, takže kde je ta linie pro vás?
Jsme státotvorní z vás. My se snažíme hledat rovnováhu celé a jak vy víte, tak předsednictví není o tom, aby tlačilo své priority, aby pomohlo najít kompromis napříč celou Evropskou unii, což není jednoduché. Ale u nás je tohle, řekl bych, dlouhodobý strategický přístup k těm věcem a já ho můžu ilustrovat na konkrétním příkladu, jako je třeba CHIPS Act, kde my si určitě uvědomujeme, že není šťastné pro Evropu, aby v dobách pandemie skutečně to žebrala u jiných velmocí o ochranné zdravotnické prostředky. To myslím není důstojné jednoho z nejvýznamnějších hospodářských a také politických bloků na světě, takže posílení určité soběstačnosti takovéhle věci je věc důležitá. To samé se týká těch čipů, ale rozhodně bychom nešli tak daleko, aby Evropská unie zakládala svou fabriku na výrobu čipů. To znamená, je to o určitém ekosystému, o určitých pobídkách, které tomu ekosystému umožní, aby tady vznikla prostě na komerční bázi výroba čipů větší, než je teď, aby spolupracovaly univerzity s podniky na nějakém vývoji, podpořit nějakými penězi. Ten ekosystém je asi úplně v pořádku, ale aby tady vznikla opravdu firma v barvách Evropské unie, řízená politiky, která tedy má za cíl dohonit ten handicap ve výrobě čipů, to je přesně to, co my nepovažujeme za šťastné. A musím říci, že jsem to od některých českých politiků slyšel, tak doufám, že tohle úplně realizovat nebudeme během toho předsednictví.
No mě tady jenom napadá, jak to vyřešit z náklady třeba. Ty jsou přece v té Evropě úplně jiné než někde v Asii. Jo, takže můžete vytvářet.
Než jenom náklady, právě tam je důležitý ten ekosystém kolem toho. To znamená ty malé firmy, velmi inovativní, které s těmi velkými spolupracují, teda lidské zdroje, které jsou tam k dispozici a tak dále. Tam toho opravdu hodně. Takže představa, pokud by v Evropské unii někdo měl, že tady teď postavíme žlutomodrou fabriku na výrobu čipu, ano, to všechno začne skvěle fungovat a ta fabrika bude nejkonkurenceschopnější na světě a bude produkovat čipy, které budou nejinovativnější za nejnižší cenu, tak to já považuji za totální iluzi a doufám, že teda nikdo netrpí.
Marek Mora přikývuje, nevím, jestli do toho chce nějakým způsobem vkročit.
Naprosto souhlasím se všem vlastně, co říká David. Ale úplně se všem souhlasím.
My jsme tady za centrální banku a svaz průmyslu, tak si můžeme určitě na té evropské unijní úrovni se shodneme.
Pojďme, paní Studničná, ta otázka bude velmi podobná, jako byla na Radka Špicera, co očekávají od českého předsednictví odbory. A zase, pokud to budou muset být ty evropské odbory, protože, jak jsem zmiňoval, vy jste i v tom Evropském hospodářském sociálním výboru a poměrně vysoko, tak tuto představu určitě mít budete. Prosím.
Děkuji za slovo. Abych strašně tady chtěla komentovat spoustu věcí, které tady padlo. Ale abych vám odpověděla na vaši otázku, tak jako je pan Špicer viceprezidentem Business Europe, tak můj šéf Josef Středula je viceprezidentem EOK, Evropské odborové konference, relativně už dlouho, takže my jsme přivítali, že se tam Radek dostal, že máme vyváženost pohledu českého. V tomto směru samozřejmě EOK s Business Europe spolupracuje v řadě věcí, nejen v práci sociálního dialogu, ale v řadě věcí. Úplně upřímně, že by evropské odbory tak strašně souzněly s prioritami českého předsednictví, tedy opravdu ne, protože ono už ten symbol toho, že pokud Business Europe zcela souzní s prioritami, tak je asi logické, že evropské odbory my potažmo také, protože tam tu politiku také poměrně hodně tvoříme, tak zcela úplně ne. Nám tam chybí ten jeden základní rozměr. A to je dopad všech těch politik na občany Evropské unie. Já jsem si tady před začátkem trošičku dělal legraci z toho, jestli tady pan ministr Beck není z toho důvodu, že byl minulý týden v Bruselu, kam se nedalo ani dostat, ani se nedalo dostat z Bruselu, protože probíhaly pondělí stávky vlaků, tramvají, metra a tedy. Překvapivě i letiště a ve čtvrtek, v pátek a v sobotu stávkovali Brussels Airlines, a stávkovali z důvodu toho, že jim klesá kupní síla a že se jim zásadně zhoršuje životní úroveň. Čili to mi tady chybí. Chybí mi ta reakce k tomu, protože byť tady máme energetickou bezpečnost, energetickou chudobu, víceméně mezi těmi prioritami, tak to nejsou jenom ceny energie. Inflace nám stoupá všem v řadě dalších oblastí, čili tady by bylo potřeba tu situaci, která je, a já plně souhlasím s tím, že jsme se vypořádávali s dopady ekonomické krize, uprchlické krize v roce 2015, covidu a teď války na Ukrajině, takže ta situace je ohromně závažná a není lehká vůbec pro nikoho. Na druhou stranu přesně tak, jako ukázala situace kolem covidu, kdy v Evropě se ukázalo jako nejúčinnější prostě spolupracovat a hledat synergie v té užší spolupráci a zcela jistě se to odrazí v nějaké užší kooperaci v rámci Evropské unie v oblasti zdravotnictví, tak je to potřeba dělat i v těch věcech sociálních a v těch věcech dopadů prostě na lidi.
Jak si to máme představit, tu spolupráci v té sociální oblasti, protože tam, jak víme, ty pravomoci Evropské unie jsou trochu jiné, než teda v tom zdravotnictví taky nejsou nějaké přehnané, ale je to opravdu tak silný impuls, aby tam vznikala nová politika.
Tak krize ukázala, že to je v zásadě nejúčinnější řešení, čili tady krize obecně posunuje prostě ten zdroj sokový nějakým způsobem, nebo minimálně těmi impulzy, takže bych jenom odkázala na Evropský klinický sociální práv prohlášený v Hamburgu v roce 2017, odkázala bych na konferenci o budoucnosti Evropy, což z našeho pohledu jsou poměrně silné impulzy. Víme, že ambicí Evropské komise v tuto chvíli je dokončit plánované aktivity z oblasti implementace akčního plánu Evropského pilíře sociálních práv. Jsme velmi rádi, že se za to předsednictví podařilo dotáhnout trialog ohledně směrnice důstojné minimální mzdy na evropské úrovni do fáze, která by měla zpět víceméně k implementaci, ale těch záležitostí je tam taky víc. A 9. května ukončená ta první fáze konference o budoucnosti Evropy ukázala, že je tam velmi silný tlak od mladých lidí, občanů Evropy, právě na tu sociální dimenzi Evropské unie, kterou prostě považují za nesouměrnou a nedostatečně vyvažující ty ekonomické svobody. Což se samozřejmě projevuje v těch dalších časech, které v tuto chvíli neříkám, že jsou nejlepší, samozřejmě může být už. Ale zcela jistě je to impuls k tomu, aby i v tomto směru ten vývoj věci se posunul rychleji dopředu.
Děkuji, já vás poprosím v sále, abyste se rozmysleli nějaké své otázky a za chvilku vám dám prostor. A ještě než tak udělám, tak paní studničné dám jednu doplňující otázku, která se týká podstatě současné uprchlické krize a tím, co ona vlastně způsobuje i v zemích, jako je Česká republika, to hledání rovnováhy mezi pomocí uprchlíkům a v podstatě zajištění nějakého důstojného života těm lidem, kteří jsou z nějakého důvodu, který se nějakým způsobem dostávají do problémů s vysokým cenám energií a podobně. Je to podle vás něco, co by Česká republika třeba měla nějakým způsobem promítnout, nějakou svou koordinaci těch přístupů evropských? Je to vůbec role pro Evropu, nebo má se to řešit spíš na těch národních úrovních?
To je taková hezká náhodná otázka, já vám za ní děkuji. Tak zase tady je to jednoznačně impuls a já jsem ráda, že tady máme východní Evropy se hrály podstatně aktivnější a podstatně tížnější roli než ta minulá uprchlické vlně. Já se domnívám, že tady jednak koordinace ve sdílení dat a o pohybu, o dejme tomu možných volných pracovních místech a tak dále je zcela jistě žádoucí. I z pohledu toho nějakého základního sociálního zabezpečení, přístupu na trhu práce a tak dále, si myslím, že tady je poměrně dost velký prostor. Samozřejmě v momentě, kdy uprchlíků prostě vstupovali do jednotlivých zemí EU, to asi nebylo na pořadu dne bylo, aby ti lidé měli kde spát, aby měli co jíst, aby byli schopni prostě bezpečí přebít. Ale určitě by to mohlo odblokovat prostě migrační politiku v Evropě a asi by to odblokovat mělo. jsme jedna ze zemí, která nějak příliš netrpí tím, že by byl přehlcený trh práce, čili ti, co těch uprchlíků si práci chtěli najít, tak tu možnost měli, pokud vím, tak je to přes 70 000, kteří už jsou zaměstnáni na českém trhu práce. To, co tady se domnívám, že je potřeba zdůraznit, a je tady potřeba součinnosti prostě všech relevantních aktérů, to je otázka jejich podmínek. Protože jednak by měli pracovat za mzdových a platových podmínek, které by jim umožnily tady zůstat a uživit své rodiny, ale také za všech ostatních z pohledu bezpečnosti a ochrany zdraví při práci a dalších pracovních podmínek. Čili tyto by měly být plně srovnatelné s českými zaměstnanci, protože pokud ti lidé jsou na trhu práce a jsou normálně zaměstnáni, tak není vůbec žádný důvod pro to, aby dělali nadměrnou pracovní dobu, aby pracovali za podmínek, které prostě jsou protiprávní a tak dále. Takže tady je potřeba se prostě dohodnout všechny strany, jak my se sociálním partnerem zaměstnavateli, ale i samozřejmě se samosprávou, se inspektoráty práce a tak dále, aby k takovýmto excesům nedocházelo, protože chceme pracovní sílu, jsme za ní vděční, ale nechceme prostě levné trochy nebo levné pracovní sílu, která by měla vyplňovat pracovní místa, která většinou nejsou takovou hodnocená, aby zaměstnanci se ní.
Moc děkuju a reakce pány. Budou-li mít zájem Obama, tak možná zájem má.
No, já bych jenom možná trošku chtěl, abych to řekl, neschodit, ale sundat to téma priorit na trošku nižší úroveň. Ono je to samozřejmě důležité. My jsme to dělali před těmi 13 lety stejně. Pro tu politickou komunikaci a pro to, aby se vzbudil zájem politiků, je to důležité. Ale přece jenom bych trošku chtěl zlehčit ten případný rozpor tady od dvou řečníků po mé levici, protože co ty priority vlastně jsou. Tady, jak říkám, nástroj nějaké domácí komunikace, ale v tom Bruselu je prostě nějaká realita a tam Jaroslavovi Zajíčkovi a paní velvyslankyni Hrdé prostě leží na stole, já nevím, jak velký prostě soubor těch legislativních návrhů a oni je prostě nějak musí projednat, jestli se jim to líbí nebo nelíbí. A hlavně tam musí hrát roli toho čestného rozhodčího, nebo toho honebrouka, nebo jak bychom to nazvali česky. Takže ono pak jako, je to trošku jedno, jestli bych chtěl to či ono, já prostě musím najít tu většinu mezi členskými státy, tak musím najít většinu s Evropským parlamentem, prostě těch hráčů je tam celá řada a to, co já bych chtěl nebo nechtěl jako předsednictví, je trošku vlastně irelevantní. Takže ty priority jsou důležité, ale ne až to.
Já jsem chtěl pochválit odbory za přístup k migrační krizi. Protože je pravda, že od nich vlastně nikdy nezaznělo, že je to nějaká konkurence, která bude připravovat Čechy o pracovní místa a tak dále, to od samého začátku. A nezaznělo to vlastně nikdy, když České republice hrozil nějaké důsledky migrační krize, což si myslím, že je velmi správné a zaslouží si to ocenění. A jinak to, že s těmi lidmi musíme zacházet férově, že žádný mzdový dumping nepřichází v úvahu, tak to naprosto podepisuji. A myslím, že je náš společný úkol, abychom odstranili ty bariéry jejich zaměstnanosti na českém trhu práce. Já jsem tady si aktualizoval vlastní data, že prý už je zaměstnáno 78 000, což není úplně špatné číslo, ale myslím, že ten potenciál je mnohem větší a těch bariér je hodně. Od uznávání kvalifikací přes kapacity školek a škol, aby ty ženy, co tu 80-90% ženy, mohly odložit nebo odeslat děti do těch vzdělávacích ústavů a sami se mohly integrovat na trh práce, až po vlastně jejich vlastní očekávání související s vývojem toho konfliktu. To znamená, podle našich zkušeností oni skutečně velmi často neusilují o dlouhodobé plnohodnotné pracovní úvazky, protože stále ještě doufají, že se poměrně brzy zpátky na Ukrajinu vrátí. Tak je asi potřeba reagovat na vývoj toho konfliktu a pokud se tedy ukáže, že to tak optimistické nebude, tak být připraveni na to, že právě tohle budou pracovní úvazky, které budou mít větší zájem než oni doposud.
Moc děkuju. Já se omlouvám, sám jsem momentálně připojil pan ministr, abych ho nechal čekat příliš dlouho, jestli dovolíte. Pane ministře, slyšíte nás?
Ano, dobrý den, já vás všechny zdravím.
Zdá se, že slyšíme i vás, je skvělá zpráva. My jsme si tady, pane ministře, v úvodu vyslechli prezentaci priorit předsednictví. Pokud vy byste měl vybrat 3 politické agendy, kde jsou ambice České republiky dosáhnout na evropské úrovni shody nejvyšší, Které by to byly? Jinými slovy, co by se muselo podařit dojednat, aby se vláda řekla, že to předsednictví bylo úspěšné?
Já si myslím, že budeme určitě věnovat velikou pozornost tomu celému balíku, který souvisí s energetikou a energetickou bezpečností. Ten návrh bude na našem stole zítra či pozítří bude rada rozhodovat o velké části balíčku Fit for 55. A tady se někde rýsuje to klíčové pole, na kterém se prostě rozhodne o věrohodnosti Evropské unie pro občany na nejbližší léta. Tohle si myslím, že je politicky úplně zásadní. Já samozřejmě nedokážu úplně předvídat, jak rychle půjdou předu trialky a jak se bude dařit najít tu shodu, ale určitě to pro nás bude prioritou, byť to pro nás nemusí být vždycky lehké, protože já jsem sám velmi zvědavý na to, jak se vyvine jednání rady o balíčku Fit for 55 v těch následujících dnech. Pro českou ekonomiku to nebude snadné téma, ale zároveň prostě potřebujeme, aby se rozhodlo, a to rozhodlo relativně rychle, protože klíčoví aktéři potřebují vědět, k čemu směřujeme, v jakém čase, a tohle je podle mě velmi důležitá agenda. Druhá agenda, které si myslím, že od nás očekávají partneři významný posun, souvisí s tím, co se v posledních dnech debatuje pod hlavičkou širší Evropy. A souvisí to s celým procesem rozšiřování. S velkou pravděpodobností summit v Praze bude věnován širší Evropě, to znamená opravdu spolupráci od Portugalska až po Ukrajinu. A tohle si myslím, že je agenda, která odpovídá dlouhodobým zájmům české zahraniční politiky. Vždy jsme byli velkými advokáty procesu rozšiřování a tady se otevírá velký prostor, který dnes vlastně je už zaplněn celou řadou návrhů od toho návrhu prezidenta Macrona na Evropské politické společenství přes rakouské návrhy, které měří větší flexibilitě v procesu rozšiřování, tak aby se podařilo už zemím před dosažením plného členství vstupovat do některých oblastí evropských politik. Tak jsou tady iniciativy ze strany Německa a české předsednictví někde tady v tom terénu bude mít poměrně významnou a viditelnou roli. A třetí oblast, které se budeme velmi rozhodně věnovat, souvisí s válkou na Ukrajině, respektive s pováničnou, doufejme, obnovou Ukrajiny. I kdyby ta válka neskončila během našeho předsednictví, tak bude probíhat velmi intenzivní příprava ekonomické pomoci, která by zároveň měla být velkou příležitostí pro evropské firmy. Já myslím, že ta debata přesáhne horizont našeho předsednictví, ale během těch 6 měsíců se odehraje celá řada významných kroků, protože masivní ekonomická pomoc Ukrajině je samozřejmě možná jenom nad rámec současného evropského rozpočtu, takže nás čeká otevření diskuse o tom, kde ty prostředky najít, a samozřejmě diskuse s partnery, jako jsou Spojené státy, Kanada a další rozvinuté země, které musí být partnery v takovém velkém projektu. Takže tyhle 3 věci podle mě jsou někde na vrchu té agendy, ale já bych se přihlásil k tomu, co říkal kolega Mora před chvílí. To předsednictví samozřejmě má před sebou ten obrovský balík těch návrhů a nemůžeme úplně říct, že ignorujeme legislativní proces, takže to, co já teď zmiňuji jako highlights, jsou ty politicky viditelné a silné agendy, ale my budeme stejnou energii věnovat vlastně stovce nějakých legislativních návrhů, které budou v gescích jednotlivých formací rady, a tam jde o věci vlastně taky důležité, tak já bych je nechtěl úplně zastínit tou debatou o těch highlights.
Děkuji, pane ministře. Já bych se vás možná ještě, než na vás pustím kolegy ze Svazu průmyslu a odborů a další publiku, tak bych se chtěl zeptat, jednou z těch českých priorit je i ta odolnost demokratických institucí. jakým způsobem ta komunikace ze strany vlády nebyla vždycky úplně jednoznačná, jakým způsobem se budeme stavět vlastně k tomu diskuzím o právním státu a sporům Evropské unie s Maďarskem a Polskem.
Já myslím, že ve skutečnosti je tahle věc poměrně jednoznačná jasná. Prostě budeme moderátory té debaty, která probíhá z částí na Radě pro obecné záležitosti formou slyšení. Tam budu zvonit zvonečkem, přidělovat čas k debatě a vlastně prostor pro předsednictví zasáhnout nějakým substanciálním způsobem do té diskuse je velmi malý. My tam opravdu nejsme v roli toho policajta nebo soudce, který by měl pronášet nějaká silná slova. Takže za našeho předsednictví bude probíhat tahle část debaty, která musím říct, že dosavadní zkušenosti není příliš uspokojivá pro nikoho, protože zatím připomíná spíš sérii monologů. Mnohem možná intenzivnější bude debata, která bude mířit ke kondicionalitě vlády práva vůči evropskému rozpočtu, což je proces, který se týká Maďarska. Tam samozřejmě lze vyčekávat i hmatatelné výstupy, byť zatím nevíme, jestli se to stane ještě za českého předsednictví nebo na začátku toho Maďarska. Ale já myslím, že tady budeme prostě objektivními moderátory té debaty. Naším úkolem není v tomhle přicházet s nějakou novou diagnózou toho, jak se ty věci v Maďarsku nebo v Polsku mají. A já předpokládám, že do té debaty se budeme snažit zahrnout ještě nějaká nová témata, což je například spolupráce při pronásledování válečných zločinů anebo vymáhání sankčních mechanismů. To je vlastně ještě třetí podoba té debaty o vládě práva, která je vlastně pozitivní výměnou zkušeností mezi členskými státy. Na radě se budou projednávat zprávy o 4 zemích a my máme jakousi možnost do budoucna tyhle debaty rozšířit ještě o některá nová témata. Takže já to vlastně nevidím politicky nic nějak zvlášť výbušného, prostě tuhle roli sehrajeme a máme možnost, pokud je o odolnost demokratických institucí, otevřít nějaké nové otázky, což bude svoboda médií, pluralita, i o tom konec konců budete dneska debatovat podrobněji. A to si myslím, že je vlastně ta role předsednictví směrem k nějakému nastolování těch agend. Ale v té debatě o vládě práva já vlastně nevidím nic moc kontroverzního vnitrokoaličně či vnitropoliticky, protože tam jsme tím brokerem té debaty, moderátorem diskuse. Já moc neočekávám, že by nabrala nějaký nový kurz, pokud jde o projednávání podle článku 7, což se týká Polska. Myslím si, že tam jsou stopy jistého sklidnění té situace, uvidíme, jak se bude vyvíjet dál. Samozřejmě hlasy některé v Evropském parlamentu nejsou zatím spokojeny s tím pokrokem, takže i Polsko bude určitě čelit celé řadě nepříjemných otázek, ale předsednictví prostě musí dokázat to, že ta debata probíhá nějak civilizovaným způsobem, že se nezvrhne hádku, což se teď stalo v nedávné době, kdy jsem ještě ministrem, tak slyším kolegů, že v tom sále, kde normálně se mluví velmi klidným hlasem, bouřili emoce.
Přece jenom ještě jednu otázku na vás zamířím, a to se týká té české náletky, kterou vlastně má jako člen Visegrádské čtyřky. Myslíte, že má české předsednictví šanci se nějakým způsobem emancipovat od toho obrazu, který do značné míry ovlivňuje hlavně přítomnost, tedy hlavně problém tedy obou zmíněných států, Polska a Maďarska?
Já nemyslím, že bychom měli provádět nějaké zásadní manévry, protože je ta situace v Polsku nebo v Maďarsku.
To není o manévrech, to je jenom... Že to není o manévrech, ale o tom, jestli nějakou jinými agendami nemůžeme ukázat, že my vlastně ten pohled máme jiný třeba.
Já myslím, že už nějakou dobu, od začátku roku, jsme docela aktivní i na fórech, která zahrnují jiné země. V tuhle chvíli se mi zdá, že je celkem dobře vidět, že v některých otázkách k sobě mají blízko skandinávské země, Pobaltí a některé středoevropské země, ať už jde o nějakou představu o rychlost postupu v institucionálních změnách nebo ve vztahu k Rusku a Ukrajině. Myslím si, že je přirozené, že jiná zájmová koalice vzniká třeba v oblasti energetiky kolem jádra, kde vstupujeme do velmi úzké spolupráce s Francií nebo Finskem. A zase v některých otázkách, třeba v debatě o rozširování a vnější spolupráci, budeme mít docela blízko k Rakušanům nebo Němcům. Já považuji za normální stav, že prostě spolupracujeme podle našich zájmů s celou řadou takových podobně smýšlejících zemí. A Visegrádskou skupinu bych nezatracoval, neopouštěl, ale je faktem, že je to spíš komunikační platforma než nějaká homogenní skupina zemí, která by měla na všechno stejný názor. Tak to prostě není. Ostatně to tak ani historicky nebylo, kromě té jediné hlavní role, kterou ta skupina měla na začátku, a to byl vstup do EU. To byl ten vytvořící prvek. Ale od té doby někdy máme blížší názory, někdy je máme vzdálenější, je to normální, není na tom nic zvláštního a my musíme být schopni hledat ty zájmové koalice napříč Evropou, vlastně i v tématech, která propojují pak třeba geograficky vzdálené země. Možná s Kyprem budeme mít podobnější názor na Izrael než někým jiným.
Děkuju moc. Pane ministře, já jsem poprosil Radka Špicera, viceprezidenta Svazu průmyslu, a paní Studničnou z Českomoravské konfederace odborových svazů, aby se na vás připravili nějaké apely na české předsednictví, takže nyní bych poprosil Takže poprosím paní Studničnou, co jim chybí na českém předsednictví, co by se tam mělo promítnout. Tak, paní Studničná, prosím.
Děkuji za slovo, dobrý den, pane ministře, ráda vás vidím a jsem takhle na to. Není to žádný tajemství, víte, že to říkáme víceméně od počátku, co jsme spolu začali komunikovat, že nám tam chybí silnější sociální rozměr českého předsednictví. Tady bylo zmíněno, že priority předsednictví jsou víceméně komunikační nástroje směrem dovnitř té dané předsednické země, s čím se já částečně souhlasím. Nicméně vy víte, a taky to není tajemstvím, že my jsme chtěli ty priority začít diskutovat už někdy v polovině roku 2019, právě abychom se na těch obecnějších mohli shodnout. A my samozřejmě souhlasíme s tím, že vzhledem k situaci jsou to v zásadě reakce na danou situaci a jsou důležité ty priority, které má předsednictví zvoleno. Nicméně, jak říkám, chybí nám tam sociální rozměr, chybí nám tam, jak se mohou občané i firmy vlastně vypořádat s tou situací, která je v tuto chvíli nesmírně tíživá. Protože nejde jenom o krizi z pohledu dodávek elektřiny, která samozřejmě je vážná a bude vážná, ale je to narůstající inflace a pokles kupní síly víceméně v celé Evropě. Děkovala jsem tady, že jestli jste byl minulý týden v Bruselu, těžko jste se mohli dostat tam i zpátky, protože tam víceméně celý týden probíhaly stávky právě díky poklesu životní úrovně a kupní síly. Připojím k tomu ještě vlastně razantnější implementaci evropského pilíře sociálních práv a de facto výstupy z konference o budoucnosti Evropy, kde byl velice silný apel od občanů Evropy, aby byla řešena i ta sociální dimenze. Já vím, že víceméně v rámci subsidiarity věci národních států, ale je-li tady tak silné volání, tak buď nám na té evropské úrovni něco chybí, anebo ty národní státy, protože nejsou schopné to dělat natolik dobře, aby tady tohleto volání nebylo. Chybí nám de facto lepší analýza za současné situace celého Green Dealu a balíčku Fit for 55, protože ty podmínky jsou zásadně jiné. A v tuto chvíli bychom potřebovali se na to ještě podívat, případně zrevidovat. Pokud se i Němci staví k tomu, že budou možná spouštět uhelné elektrárny, že od nich rapidně ustupujeme a z pohledu toho energetického mixu minimálně na ty přechodné období máme poměrně velké obavy. Poslední poznámka, kterou budu mít, je mi strašně líto, že jsme trošičku rezignovali na to, co v plánu komise je, a to je sdělení a doporučení v rámci sociálního dialogu, protože se domníváme, že pro tak těžkou situaci, kterou si celá Evropská unie v tuto chvíli prochází, to bude zásadní. Potřebujeme zásadní shodu, potřebujeme zásadní možnost se vyjádřit a najít společná řešení, která by nám to pomohla. Děkuji.
Děkuji, paní Studničná a pana ministra. Prosím o reakci.
Děkuji, no, my tu debatu spolu samozřejmě vedeme. Já dostávám tu otázku na sociální rozměr našich priorit i na různých mezinárodních fórech. Já musím říct, že priorit prostě musí být vždycky omezený počet. Já jsem svedl uvnitř koalice velkou debatu o tom, jestli mají být 3 nebo 5. Kdyby byly 3, tak tam zase vypadnou 2 další důležité věci. Priority prostě nikdy nebudou být všechno, ale pokud jsou přiměřeně chytře formulovány, tak v sobě implicitně zahrnují některá ta témata. A pro nás téma strategické odolnosti české ekonomiky zahrnuje i sociální dimenzi, stejně tak jako energetická bezpečnost, protože je zřejmé, že rizika vnímaná aktéry na trhu s energiemi, i když ve skutečnosti nutně nechybí v řadě sektorů dostatek ať už ropy nebo něčeho jiného, ale prostě ta situace toho obrovského neklidu prostě má obrovské dopady na vývoj cen, na celou tu sociální sféru a podle našeho názoru musíme řešit ty příčiny primárně a proto se objevují v těch prioritách. To neznamená, že bychom ignorovali ten sociální rozměr. Já musím říct, že jsem sledoval debatu i na konferenci o budoucnosti Evropy. Zazněly tam samozřejmě nejrůznější hlasy, včetně požadavku na to, aby se rozdělovaly mládeži prezervativy zadarmo po celé Evropské unii. Samozřejmě tam se objeví celá řada nápadů, to je všechno v pořádku. Na druhé straně se ukázalo analýzou na straně Evropské komise, že 90% těch návrhů už se děje. Jo, že prostě existuje určitá komunikační bariéra mezi tou evropskou agendou a tím, co vnímají občané. 90% návrhů, které byly vzneseny na té konferenci, míří tam, kde už se fakticky realizují nějaké legislativní kroky. Je ovlivňována na evropské úrovni ta politika. A já myslím, že v té oblasti sociálních záležitostí je primární zodpovědnost stále na straně národních vlád. V tuhle chvíli během českého předsednictví očekávat, že provedeme nějakou zásadní změnu v tom nastavení, myslím si, že to překračuje horizont těch 6 měsíců. Byla to velká priorita portugalského předsednictví a myslím, že dobře, že se ta věc na stůl dostala. Já jsem byl nakloněn třeba jako senátor i té debatě o změnách v kolektivním vyjednávání a až během těch debat s zahraničními partnery jsem si uvědomil, že má své velké oponenty, zejména v těch zemích, kde ta tradice toho vyjednávání je silná a úspěšná. Takže Švédové mají pocit, že mají velmi dobrý model spolupráce sociálních partnerů a vůbec netouží po žádné evropské regulaci toho modelu. Že to není nutně tak, že by ten odpor vůči těmhle iniciativám přicházel z řad těch, kteří by byli nějak výrazně konzervativní nebo vpravo, ale přichází často ze zemí, které naopak mají velmi rozvinutou kulturu vyjednávání. Tak ne, já jsem tady opatrný v tom, že bych přisuzoval předsednictví nějakou revoluční roli v téhle oblasti, ale v té části toho programu, když nebudeme číst jenom ty 2 stránky toho dokumentu, ale budeme číst celý ten dokument, respektive po těch jednotlivých oblastech, tak tam najdeme celou řadu těch iniciativ, kterým se prostě věnovat budeme a myslím si, že pan ministr Jurečka se k tomu dnes určitě přihlásí v té debatě, protože tam je několik důležitých iniciativ, které se v téhle oblasti objevují. Pokud jde o flexibilitu s uhlím, ta se mi zdá celkem jasná na straně komise i na straně partnerů v Evropském parlamentu, to nikdo nezpochybňuje od začátku té války. Já myslím, že je zcela jasné, že prostě v Evropě bude provozu více uhelných zdrojů o něco déle, než se to zdálo před rokem a že o tom panuje zcela obecný souhlas. Tam nevidím vlastně nějakou velkou kontroverzi a tady se mi zdá, že celá řada zemí nezbytně sahá před tou další zimou k těmhletěm krokům. Tak tam já vlastně nevidím moc jako nějaký rozpor v tuhle chvíli. Zdá se mi, že i komisař Timmermans, který je jistě silným advokátem Green Dealu, tohle veřejně přiznává, že bude realita energetického mixu v Evropě v těch nadcházejících měsících, protože to prostě nemá jiné řešení. Myslím si, že fakt jako tam panuje poměrně jako realistická představa. Samozřejmě to neznamená revizi těch cílů pro rok 35. Myslím si, že na to je zatím brzo. Myslím si, že teď prostě vyhlašovat změny těch základních nastavení je předčasné, protože to se možná stane v budoucnu, to já bych nevylučoval, ale hrozně závisí na tom, jak dlouhá bude ta válka, jak hluboká bude ta krize, která s ní souvisí. A myslím si, že pro ten horizont několika let existuje shoda o tom, že je potřeba větší flexibility a zdá se mi, že ta debata o tom probíhá docela otevřeně a je to součástí té naší priority o energetické bezpečnosti. Samozřejmě Česká republika patří k těm zemím, které budou muset přehodnocovat plány na přechod k plynu v některých oblastech, protože ten plyn prostě bude dražší a nemusí ho být neomezené množství, takže tam si myslím, že my jsme na jedné lodi s celou řadou členských zemí, které uvažují velmi podobně.
Děkuji. Já bych
možná i více procent se kryjí s tím, co my považujeme za důležité z toho, co bude během českého předsednictví na stole.
Pane ministře, krátká reakce? Nebo jste v souladu?
Jsme jako vodění s lacencem průmyslu, což nejsme a nepochybně dojde mezi námi tu a tam na velmi ostrou debatu, ale já budu muset za chvilku taky zmizet z téhle videokonference. Já bych chtěl i odbory ujistit o tom, že se posloucháme, že to není tak, že bychom jako vedli monology a myslím si, že nějaká elementární shoda kolem těch priorit je strašně důležitá. Byť chápu, že se v nich prostě nevidí vždycky všichni, ale to je prostě osud jakýchkoliv priorit. Kdybychom byli jaksi sebegeniálnější, tak vždycky se zvedne některá se zájmových skupin a to je v pořádku a řekne, my tam nevidíme zrovna v těch názvech těch priorit to, co bychom jako z hlediska našich zájmů chtěli. Já to považuji za logické a přirozené, ale neznamená to, že bychom tomu nevěnovali pozornost. Jen české předsednictví je opravdu do jisté míry válečné předsednictví. No, v tom je velká změna, zatímco ta předchozí předsednictví, když se podíváme několik let zpátky, si mohla dovolit ten luxus mít ten pohled upřený poměrně jako daleko dopředu a nastavovat agendy i v souladu s nějakou hodně už ustálenou představou o svých prioritách, tak české předsednictví prostě přichází do úplně mimořádné situace z hlediska toho, jakou míru diskontinuity vidíme v tomhle světě. Jo, téměř nic z toho, co platilo před rokem, jako vlastně jako v těch základních parametrech evropské politiky, neplatí. Uvidíme prostě zásadní změnu geopolitické situace, která má dopady do energetiky, zpětně dopady do potravinové bezpečnosti, do té otázky cen a podobně. A tohle musíme určitě řešit a na tu debatu jsme i vůči vám jako otevření. Jen prostě nenajdete teď mezi 5 prioritami jednou, která by se jmenovala sociální pilíř. To tak měli Portugalci v situaci, která byla možná méně vystavena těm bezprostředním tlakům řešit ty nejnaléhavější věci, ale to neznamená, že na to nebudeme myslet.
Děkuji, pane ministře. Potřebujete běžet? Já mám tady jeden dotaz jedním z publika, jestli ho ještě stihneme. Jinak Radku, pokud byste potřeboval, tak máte. Tak prosím.
Já děkuji za slovo, doufám, že mě slyšíte. Mé jméno je Vidlička ze Český svaz zaměstnavatelů v energetice. Evropská agenda nám není cizí, my jsme i členem Plurality. My jsme se v té předchozí diskuzi dostali, a myslím, že pane jste to zmínili, ke slovu konkurenceschopnost. Dle mého názoru ta konkurenceschopnost, evropská konkurenceschopnost, je klíčem ke všem těm tématům, které tady byly zmíněny. Je to odolnost, ochrana demokracie, energetika i ten sociální dialog. Chci se zeptat, vidíte, pane ministře, prostor k tomu, že během našeho předsednictví položíme otázku, jak moc chce zůstat, nebo jak moc chce být evropský kontinent nebo Evropská unie průmyslovou entitou, nebo jak moc chceme zachovat průmysl v Evropě. Děkuji.
Díky, prosím, pane ministře.
No, to je taková filozofická otázka, kterou samozřejmě předsednictví nenastolí. To není úloha předsednictví. Úloha předsednictví není stanovovat veliké cíle. Úloha předsednictví je mnohem skromnější a to je opravdu moderování té debaty, která ty cíle případně jako stanoví. Jo. Tak já nečekám, že bychom nastolili zásadní otázku tohoto typu, na kterou se téměř nedá taky odpovědět v té obecnosti, protože ta debata by musela začít jako vlastně o několik paternější, jaký průmysl chceme v Evropě mít za 10 nebo za 15 let. Jaké parametry bude muset splňovat. Myslím si, že to je debata vážná, která v České republice možná je ještě naléhavější než jinde, možná vnitropoliticky. Jaký průmysl tady má být prostě za 10, za 15 let, jaké jsou šance, příležitosti, co otvírá dnešní debata o té odolnosti ekonomiky a dodavatelských řetězců, jaké příležitosti otevírá nově otevřená debata o surovinové bezpečnosti, debata, která míří k tomu, aby přivedla do Evropy část kapacit, které v předchozí dekádě byly přesunuty jinam. A tohle je podle mě debata, která se musí vést velmi seriózně, ale vlastně nedá se vést úplně v té nejobecnější rovině, kde samozřejmě si řekneme ano, chceme, aby jako Evropa zůstala jako průmyslovým kontinentem, ale myslím si, že mnohem důležitější je ta debata o nějaká patra níž, která odvětví mají jaké příležitosti, jaké hrozby, jaká rizika, jak nastavit ty základní mechanismy typu uhlíkové daně na hranicích, tak aby to minimalizovalo negativní dopady a mělo to spíš přínosy. Čeká nás velká debata o těch regulacích, která teď probíhá konec konců. Takže určitě tyhle ty dílčí otázky během našeho předsednictví budou nastolovány nad těmi konkrétními návrhy. A myslím si, že tam máme velký prostor pro to, aby jsme vedli společnou debatu, aby jsme na tu roli byli připraveni.
Děkuji za účast dnešní panelu, že jste se k nám mohli připojit alespoň takto online na dálku. Díky a přeji především úspěšné předsednictví a těším se na další setkávání. Děkuji Marku Morovi, Elizavetě Pulač, Marku Špicarovi a paní Lucii Studničné. Díky vám všem. My v tuto chvíli tento panel uzavíráme, sejdeme se tu opět v 11 hodin, tentokrát u panelu bezpečnostního a obraného. Do té doby v vedlejším sále je připraveno nějaké utrstení, tak si můžete dát kávu a budeme se s vámi těšit v 11 opět na viděnou. Já doufám, že už poběží, jak má.
that there are many viewers online as well. Welcome to the second panel during this conference on the priorities and expectations of the Czech presidency of the Council of the EU. The presidency will kick off this Friday already, so time is running out. And not only will we have many people from the European Commission coming to Prague on Friday, we also have to prepare in terms of the topic that the Czech presidency would like to cover. During the first panel, you probably got a general idea about the priorities. Of course, the number one umbrella topic of the entire presidency is the war in Ukraine, which is reflected in the entire agenda of the presidency, be it energy policy enlargement or security. And security is the main topic of this panel. As you can see, we have different speakers here and a different host. My name is Aneta Zachová. I am the editor-in-chief of Euractiv and the host of the security panel. We have around 90 minutes for the panel. The partner of this second panel is Hans Seidel Stiftung, and we're very happy for that. Thank you for that support. Thanks to you, we can meet here at the conference table and discuss the security priorities of the Czech presidency. This panel is called Europe with a War Next Door, and I'm glad that I can welcome our three speakers here. The debate will be structured similarly to the first debate this morning. So first, our speakers will say a few words, and then the floor will be open for questions. So, on my left, Mr. Tomáš Kopečný, Deputy Minister of Defense, Head of the Industrial Cooperation Division. Hello. Then Ms. Martina Heranová, Security Analyst at Severo Institute. Hello. And then Mr. Jiří Hynek, President at Defense and Security Industry Association of the Czech Republic. Hello. So, we know what the agenda is, we know who the speakers are. So let's go straight to the debate. Security is the topic of this panel discussion. There is a war next door, so to speak. And we have seen some remarkable, almost 180-degree turns in the EU. You know, countries who in the past were maybe hesitant to invest in security are now changing their positions. And it is really wholly unexpected, you know, that the EU will be financing arms purchases, for example. So there is a war next door, and it is definitely influencing the situation. And looking at security guarantees in the EU, I, of course, come to the topic of NATO. I mean, NATO always comes to mind when you speak about these things, because NATO is a big security guarantee, an indisputable one. We all know that. But looking at the founding treaties of the EU, there are security guarantees there as well. The treaties say that if a member state is attacked, if its territory is attacked, other member states are obliged to help within the scope of their capabilities. So let me kick off with these questions. Are EU member states ready to defend each other when one of them is attacked? in a military style attack, because, 2 years ago a debate about this was very theoretical, a debate about possibly one EU member state being attacked from the outside, but now it is becoming very real, and countries on the eastern frontier are witnesses to various incidents. So the security situation has changed. Let me start with Mr. Kopečný from the Ministry of Defense. Do you believe that we are ready, say, if there is an escalation of the conflict in Estonia or some other neighbor country of Russia, a country on the eastern frontier, are we ready to help as the Czech Republic? Hello again, thank you for the opportunity to be here, and my simple answer is we are ready. Yes, that's clear. We've been getting ready for these situations for several years. There are regular exercises organized by NATO, by the alliance, and it is an answer to the question how important the founding treaties are. NATO countries are ready to help each other. If there is an attack, you help your alliance partner. That's clear. I don't think the question is whether it will be the EU or NATO, because we have what is called a single set of forces. So it doesn't really matter that much. These are not divided between the EU and NATO. As Russia's aggression toward Ukraine has shown, the key question is not if somebody will help, but how. Because all member states of NATO and the EU have condemned the aggression. But of course that's the level of declaration. Then you have the actual physical, practical, material help. That's yet another matter. Whether it's the activation of Article 5 of the NATO agreement or Article 43 of the Treaty of the EU. The question is how exactly we help the alliance partner that has been attacked, or how exactly the partners help us if we are attacked. Because there are various attacks, right? Hybrid attacks or gray zone attacks, as these are called. Those are also relevant. So do we use our soldiers to fight against Russian soldiers or Belarusian soldiers? That's the question. Thank you. A follow-up question. You said the important question is not if anybody will help, but how they will help. So say this situation happens. So do we have the crisis scenarios ready? Like, say, if there's an escalation in the east of Slovakia, do we know what the next steps are? Or anywhere else on the eastern frontier? Do we have mechanisms in place that will be activated? Do we know which member state has which task? Well, there are drills being done, both at the military level. At the military level, there are dozens of drills every year for different types of operations. And then, of course, at the political level, we also have drills at the national and at the alliance level. And the Russians, of course, have been doing the same. You know, for the last couple of years, we have seen it, the hundreds of thousands of Russian soldiers doing drills compared to the dozens or thousands of people on the NATO side. You know, they had drills with 140,000 soldiers. We had 20,000 on the NATO side. So we were thinking, well, how are we going to do this if there is an escalation, if there is a war scenario? Of course, no aggression is fully predictable. Nothing is 100% predictable in this area, and despite what we learned as just Putin's deterrence, just issuing threats, political rhetoric, despite that we missed the call. We didn't see the war coming, a full-fledged war, and once the war started, the Russians are not as successful as they would like to be, or as many international intelligence services expected them to be. It certainly was not a 3-day special military operation. It is much, much, much longer, and this is a full-fledged war. And our preparations, our drills are a matter of, many levels of control, certifications. Our drills are controlled by many member states, and it is probable that once you need to use your knowledge from the drills in a real situation, it is likely that we will be more successful than the Russians, because the Russians were also doing drills, but then we discovered corruption and theft within the Russian armed forces, and a general state of bad organization, you could say. So I think that we are in a bit better situation as NATO, and we are ready. NATO really is ready in practice to defend itself 100%. Okay, so that's the point of view of the Ministry of Defense. But we have other experts here who maybe do not see the situation as positively. They might have a different opinion. Ms. Heranová, what do you think? Do you think that the Czech Republic or the EU are ready to face a military aggression? Thank you. Yes, I was thinking about Mr. Kopečny's answer. I was thinking about how I'd react to it. The first thing I'd like to underline is that the EU is not a defensive alliance. NATO is a defense alliance. If the EU were a defense alliance and it provided security guarantees, then Finland and Sweden would not be interested in joining NATO. We have to realize that. Look at these two countries. They feel that currently the EU or their membership in the EU does not provide sufficient security guarantees. That's why they asked to join NATO. One more thing. I don't know how much the Czech public has been following this over the past few weeks, but despite the fact that both countries last month applied for NATO membership, they also accepted security guarantees from the UK, which is no longer an EU member state. So the UK has signed deals on military assistance with both Finland and Sweden in the case of a military attack on these two countries. So I think this is a clear answer to how the EU is perceived as a security guarantee. And you can see that it is important for EU member states to become members of NATO if they're not currently members. And as regards the actual threat of being attacked, as the Deputy Minister said, there are articles in those treaties, so we know what theoretically should happen. The question is how it will happen, what it will look like in practice, because, sending troops somewhere, that's one thing. That's a very direct type of help. And the question is if all member states would be ready to do that, or if only some countries send troops and the other countries send weapons. It really depends on what the EU or NATO member states would do in practice, in reality, when a member is attacked. Okay, allow me a follow-up question. Looking at what the Czech Republic has available, looking at our resources, how we specifically, how should we contribute in this situation? How can we help our fellow member states? What can we add? Well, that would depend on the type of the attack, you know, what type of an attack it is and where it happens. Where in the EU it happens, but okay, looking at the East, because I guess we can all see that it's more probable in the East, then it's logical that our troops would be moved towards the eastern border. And actually our troops will now be sent to Slovakia as part of advanced defense strategy. If there were an attack from the south, for example, from the Mediterranean, or if there were a completely different type of crisis, then it would look different, of course. Then we would use different types of troops or different type of help altogether. It would depend on the situation.
Thank you very much. Let me also add one more thing. We have seen the two Scandinavian countries wanting to join NATO. Now they have already applied. And another thing that we see in the EU when it comes to defense and security, the Danish said that they no longer want to opt out from the defense and security policy. There was a referendum in Denmark and the Danish voted to get rid of this opt-out. But let us move to a slightly different dimension, to Mr. Jiří Hynek, who is the president of the Defense and Security Industry Association of the Czech Republic. What we hear is that there needs to be more investment in defense. That what we hear from politicians, that now defense and security are key topics, and it is really necessary to get to those 2% of GDP investment into defense and security, the way NATO mandates. Do you already see this in your industry, that there is more investment in defense and security? So can we see very good years for the defense and security industry, because now these topics are becoming a priority? Thank you very much for this question. We are here in the European House, and we are talking about the way the EU works. And sometimes it's not very clear when we talk about joint security and joint defense, whether we are talking about the EU or NATO. If there was a military attack on a member country of the EU, for example, to the extent of what is happening in Ukraine, I don't think the EU countries wouldn't be willing to help, but there is a different question. What are their capabilities? The capabilities aren't that huge, and I think that is the reason why Finland says that yes, NATO is a security guarantee, so that's why we want to join, because if Finland and Sweden trusted the EU and its defensive capacities, they wouldn't have to join NATO. And Finland definitely is one of the best prepared countries for a military conflict. They have many people in reserves, they have very good command processes, they can very quickly switch to military-grade industrial processes. So they definitely do have the capacity, they do have the capabilities, unlike many other EU countries. And this I stand from a viewpoint of the security industry. Many EU countries, including the Czech Republic, have what we might call peaceful armies. So these are not really armies that spread peace. These are armies that somehow continue working in peaceful times. But what these countries need is to be very quickly able to switch to military operation of their armies. So these armies need to be prepared, they need to be capable, they need to have the capacities. But unfortunately or fortunately, we didn't believe that something like the war in Ukraine might happen, and that was an opinion that I share. I hope that I would have never seen anything like this happening in Europe. So our armies need to somehow sustain, maintain their capabilities, and then be able to very clearly react when there is a conflict. But there are still two different types of countries in terms of security industry. In the Czech Republic, most of the defense and security industry is private, and we export many of our products. So we can basically supply to whatever EU member state. And then we have countries where defense industry is in public hands, but the capacities are not sufficient. So, plus, for a number of years, the defense industry has been seen as something we don't really want to have. Weapons are bad, we don't want weapons. There is something we call the EU taxonomy, and according to this EU investment taxonomy, defense and security industry is not a favorable industry. If you want to invest in security industry, you don't get public investment, you don't get supported, you don't get incentivized, you don't get subsidies, because weapons are bad. But now, when there is this crisis, everybody asks the defense industry to do something, to produce weapons. And I was hoping that the war in Ukraine would have changed this, but unfortunately it hasn't. The image of the defense industry is still the same, and there is still this huge prejudice against the defense industry. And this hasn't changed despite the war. So that's surprising to me. One more follow-up. You have mentioned Finland as a country which really is ready for a potential conflict. Are there any other EU member countries which are prepared enough and that could serve as a source of inspiration for the Czech Republic? So who are the EU member country leaders, and which are the countries that are prepared that well? Finland, if I'm not mistaken, invests 1.4 GDP on defense. It has 5 million inhabitants, and they have marines, they have very good technical equipment, they have very good airplanes, and what they say is that they can mobilize about 300,000 people because they have very well-trained reserves. And once again, this is a 5 million people country, and they can mobilize 300,000 in the short term and even more than that in a medium term. And they invest 1.4% of their GDP into defense. And if we invested the same thing that Finland, it would actually account for 2% of our GDP. So the investment is similar, but our equipment isn't very good. Very often it is outdated. It's not as modern, but clearly Finland is doing something very well. Mr. Kabečný, this was a sort of criticism of EU politicians, of EU member countries' politicians, and of their prejudice against the defense industry. We are talking today about the Czech presidency. Is this something that the Czech presidency could change, that the Czech presidency could overturn, and would it be desirable? Should we do that? Well, if there really is such a perception, we would definitely like to change it. But we also need to see all those things in context, and we need to look at what are the threats. Mr. Hennek mentioned the EU taxonomy and mentioned that it's not easy to get a loan if you are in the defense and security industry. All these things are connected, but only to a certain extent. So first of all, let me say that the EU in the last 3 or 4 years has actually done quite a lot for the defensive industry. We have the Directorate General for Defense and Space Industry. So that's a new thing that came with the new European Commission. So there actually is something like a ministry at the EU level dealing with defense and security. So it has enough personnel, it has enough tools at its disposal to really do something in this area. So what before were usually just words and strategies and plans on paper, now becomes actual steps and actual tools. And for defense and security industry, it used to be practically pointless to go to Brussels because it was mostly about talking and debates, but there were no joint projects, there was no co-financing. But now this European Commission, with Thierry Breton and other commissioners, they really started massive investment into defense industry. So there already has been a shift in the EU, and I think that the climate is very favorable for the defense industry. So I like to say that this really was a historical shift, and that this really, in terms of defense, was a good thing coming from the EU. This was the second one. The first one was establishing the defense fund, and the second one was actually changing this attitude to defense. What we also have is the European Peaceful Facility, and we can use this to fund military material, and this is exactly the facility that is now used to support Ukraine. So clearly we see very positive developments, and there is also enough money to fund research and development in defense. And that's also why it is now becoming interesting for our Czech companies, Czech defense companies, to do joint projects because they can get EU co-financing. And then there is another thing that probably is going to be a big task for the Czech presidency, and we will see if there is also a happy ending or not. And that's creating a new funding instrument to co-finance joint acquisitions. This is called the Diga Initiative, and it's going to be up to us, up to the Czech presidency, to really define this instrument and to really provide clear rules for those joint acquisitions. This is something that we are very bad at. But it's not just the problem of the Czech Republic. Almost everybody has problems purchasing military material. But is there somebody who is good at this? Probably Scandinavian countries, Baltic countries. So, for example, Estonians and Finnish together had a joint purchase of firearms. What you need to be able to do that? First, you need to agree on specifications, what it is that you actually want to buy. And then they decide together that one of the countries will acquire those weapons, and then they will allocate in between themselves. So, for example, in this case, it was Finland, which was purchasing firearms for both Finland and Estonia. And that is something that we haven't been able to do even within the Visegrad Four. Yes, there were some very minor purchases, but it was so small that it was practically negligible. So yes, economy of scale is a wonderful thing. Military equipment is very expensive. If we buy in bulk, it's going to be cheaper. So joint purchases would be great for the EU. So first, there was a possibility to do this, but there wasn't a financial instrument to go with it. But now there is this financial instrument, and it's our task for the next 6 months to really make this option interesting for all the member states. So we need to define the rules. So, for example, one of the rules might be that if it is a joint purchase, there is no VAT. Things like that. So somehow incentivizing the countries to do joint purchases. Of course, yeah, it's not all roses, because the European taxonomy is a problem. What's the European taxonomy about? The taxonomy basically tells you which business areas are socially or from other aspects problematic. And this taxonomy is used by investors, by banks, and if the taxonomy says that the defense and security industry is a problematic one, then obviously there isn't that much money and investment going into this industry. But then there are banks, and there is no directive, there is no regulation telling banks where to invest. It's the banks that make these decisions based on their internal regulations and based on their internal debate. So for the past 5 years, there has been a debate among banks how to approach defense industry. So defense companies have problems doing business. Hopefully there might be a change brought about by the war in Ukraine. For example, some Swedish banks did a complete overhaul of their internal policies. And suddenly what they say is defense industry is a strategic area because without it our country won't really survive, so our economy won't survive. So now this is a strategic area. So I think that to a certain degree we can be hopeful, but there is still much to do because the image of the defense industry isn't very good. So the defense industry is basically in the same group as the tobacco industry or alcohol manufacturing. So how do we regulate the industry? How do we approach the taxonomy? That's the question. Mr. Hinek, we've heard about joint purchases. What's your opinion? Do you think that this is a way to go and that the EU can play a stronger role in military purchases? Will this materialize, or is it just a nice dream which will never happen because it's going to be too complicated to do this in reality? I would like to be pleasantly surprised in this. I think that when it comes to grassroots initiatives, it works. So that was, for example, the case of Estonia and Finland. Because they are used to cooperation, for example, having the same military uniforms. But it was motivated by the countries themselves. If it is a top-down approach, which is this case with the EU joint purchases, then it tends to be more problematic. Yes, there is the European Defence Fund, but you need to have at least 3 countries, 3 companies from those 3 different countries, and then they can actually ask for co-financing of a joint project. If there are such 3 companies who voluntarily want to do that, it's a grassroots movement, it is this bottom-up approach, so then it tends to work. With joint purchases, that's a question. Yes, we have heard about the progress in the EU, we have heard from Mr. Kopečný that it's necessary to support development in the defense industry, but at the same time there are other commissioners which go against this trend. And I think that access to banking services is key here. It is connected to the issue with taxonomy, but not entirely. Because if the EU taxonomy says that defense is problematic and that there is no future in it, why would normal commercial investment banks put money in it? So yes, there are banks that says no, we do not invest in military industry. We can invest in technologies that can be weaponized but also have civilian use. And then there are banks which only want to invest in civilian use technologies and civilian use development. But there's something I definitely need to say here. If we are to defend the EU, we need a well-functioning European defense industry. That's something we need to highlight, and that needs to be the basis for any regulation in the EU. Because if the EU clearly says this, investors will be happy to invest in the EU defense industry. They won't leave Europe. Because yes, it's costly to manufacture in Europe. you need to comply with all the different rules. So if I move manufacturing to Malaysia or Indonesia, it's going to be cheaper, and it's also easier to export because getting licensed in the EU is very complicated. But then we see what happens if we don't manufacture things in the EU. For example, gas masks. If we don't have EU gas mask manufacturers, what happens if there is a chemical attack? Where do we get them? So we need to create favorable conditions for the defense industry, but I think that we need to hear from our political representatives in the EU that we need EU defense and security industry. It is important for our defense, and we will do everything in our power to make it work here. And I think that we clearly need this very clear political message. Ms. Hanonova, we have already heard very specific recommendations for the EU and how it should approach the defense industry. What do you think the role of the EU should be like? You mentioned that NATO is the security guarantee, even for EU member countries. So what can the EU do better, maybe, than NATO? Well, it's certainly investments in the modernization and development of new weapons. That's definitely an area where the EU could be active. Last month, we established the Defense Innovation Hub. We have a defense fund, and both of these are ready to support the defense industry. And I think this is where the EU should be visible, and this is how the EU could benefit all member states. Thank you. I noticed there was a discussion in the EU about creating weapon reserves. Do you think this is something that is politically acceptable for the EU, or are we sort of pushing the boundaries of what the purpose of the EU is? I think that joint purchases certainly make sense, but to buy weapons to be stored somewhere for the case of some sort of a next crisis, I don't think that is suitable or smart. I would not do that. So yes, joint purchases are good, but creating weapons reserves, I wouldn't vote for that at the EU level. Okay. Looking at what the EU has done over the past few months, it has, for example, adopted a so-called strategic compass. That's a key document also for the Czech presidency, because the task of the presidency, as stated in its priorities, is the implementation of the strategic compass, turning it into practice. And when we look at certain items included in the compass, we see that they reflect recent developments, even though they have been several years in the making. And one of those items is creating a rapid response force. The EU has for some time already wanted to have a group of soldiers at its disposal that could be deployed rapidly. So when will the EU have these troops, and not just on paper, but actually ready to be deployed? Well, I think the EU will have them once we agree that it's necessary. We keep talking about the single set of forces and what the EU should be doing, what NATO should be doing, etc. Since its inception, NATO has been a military alliance, and the EU has been an economic alliance. And the best thing is to
let the institutions do what they do best after, dozens of years of development. NATO is great at building, planning, operations and developing military capabilities, and the EU is best at doing business and technology development. It's actually alarming, the current situation, because out of the top 20 most innovative companies in the world, all of them are US, Korean, Japanese. None of them is from the EU, which is alarming because the EU should be developing this capability. I mean, we keep repeating that the EU is great at soft skills, etc., etc., and we do have very good fundamental research, but its application in practice is not happening in the EU. And there are no companies here who would be capable of moving somewhere except for companies who, get subsidies from France, for example, or in the southern states. They have a lot of subsidies like that. So we have a strategic compass here, but where is the magnet, Where is the compass needle pointing as regards defense? And of course, we've been talking about it quite a lot over the last few months. And the red compass needle is pointing towards Ukraine. And, without any discussions, I think it's absolutely indisputably clear, Ukraine is the biggest defense strategic problem that Europe has been facing, both politically and militarily. And it is fair to say that the strategic compass was created under completely different conditions, and the main architect of the compass, i.e. France, and French administration oriented the compass mostly towards the south, because this is where France has its strategic interests in Western Africa, of course, north of Africa. I mean, they always have, since year 2000. I don't want to go too much into history, the Berlin Agreement, etc. I mean, France has always been interested in the south, in Maghreb, in the Sahel area, but in Central and Eastern Europe, of course, our main interest is maybe, enlargement to the east, and of course a possible aggression of Russia. Georgia, 2008, the Crimea, 2014, and then the rest of Ukraine. So it seems that Putin wants all of Ukraine, despite what he has been saying on TV recently. So this is where the crisis, the center of the crisis lies. So let's talk about, where the compass needle should be pointing. Let's talk about that as part of our presidency. I think that the midterm view is that we will be coming back to a situation right after the Cold War. So, we will have the Petersburg Accords or agreements from 1992. We will have something like that. Documents stipulating where exactly the EU should focus and NATO should focus. I don't think we will be focusing on, which battle group should be building bridges where in Africa. I don't think the appetite is there. And even though this is very hard for France to cope with, I am absolutely convinced that during our presidency, it's no longer going to be happening. And it's not going to be happening during the presidencies after that. Sweden also does not have its interest in the Sahel or in Africa. I mean, Sweden is, like us, immediately threatened by Russia. And this is not a West versus East thing. or north, if we include north in the east for this moment. It's not that northern and eastern states are focused on Russia and the old Europe, so to speak, is focused elsewhere. Spain and the Netherlands, since the start of the Russian aggression, have been supporting Ukraine tremendously, almost as much as us and the Poles. Not just theoretically, but practical. They are actually delivering arms. They are calling for sanctions. So it is about concrete help. The question is not if we will help Ukraine against Russia. The question is how. And in Germany, they're a bit more hesitant, maybe with some decisions, but those are not big structural decisions. And maybe France will try to wait, until the Russian problem passes and they will focus on building their influence in Africa. We will see. Okay, you're saying that the compass needle is currently clearly pointing towards Ukraine at this very moment. Ms. Heranova, so we are now pointing all of our capacities towards Ukraine. Aren't we putting ourselves in a dangerous situation by doing that? By focusing only on the east, maybe we might be missing other problems cropping up in other parts of Europe. That, of course, could happen, but let me follow up on what Mr. Kopechny said. Yes, the strategic compass was prepared under a completely different circumstances. Before the war in Ukraine, it was modified after the war started. But let's not forget that it is a framework document that is supposed to outline where the European security and defense policy should be going over the next 5 years. At the beginning, it was difficult to assess the threats in a unified way. And yes, the interests of France, for example, when it comes to rapid response forces were clear. These rapid response forces were not supposed to be used in a war. I mean, they were supposed to be used for the evacuation of EU citizens from difficult places such as Afghanistan. When the US troops started withdrawing from Afghanistan, we needed to get our EU people out fast, and for that we could use the rapid response force. Also, the EU is not a global player who could be active in various geographical areas of the world. It doesn't have the capabilities for that. Let's focus on our immediate neighbors. And clearly the biggest crisis is in Ukraine, and it is in our immediate neighborhood. And if we had another crisis, such as a stronger migration from the south, then of course the pressures would be mounting, because we would have to spread out our capabilities in all directions, and that would be much more difficult for us as the EU. Mr. Hinek, we mentioned the positions of various countries, the positions towards this issue. I mean, the French presidency is ending, and French priorities were certainly reflected in this strategic document. Another country that has its strategic interests is Germany. We've mentioned it here already. How do you see the German position as regards European defense policy? I think that the war in Ukraine has shown what the difference is between the dreams of some countries, such as France or Germany, and reality. In the past, we were speaking about the creation of some sort of a European army, And when France is supposed to provide weapons, Macron says he'll provide 6 howitzers. France, the mighty power, wants to provide 6 howitzers, and they have to, prod their next company to speed up production. Ukraine needs around 1,000 howitzers, and they will be destroyed, after 2 to 3 days because Russia is targeting them. So Ukraine needs 1,000 howitzers, and France will provide 6. Germany, I love Germany, don't get me wrong, but Germany is horribly hypocritical. They will say, okay, we'll give you some weapons, but we'll keep waiting. Maybe the war will be over before we actually have to hand over the weapons. When I speak to the representatives of the German defense industry, I was crying here about our access to banks when they were telling me about their issues with their German administration. Wow, it's insane. I understand that defense in Germany is difficult and politics is more important than the practicality of the situation in Germany, but look at how many German companies have moved production to Turkey. It's much easier for them to produce weapons in Turkey than in Germany. So some countries would aspire to be superpowers, but in reality, they are no longer those big superpowers that they think they are, but that doesn't matter. Even in this situation, they should do their best. They should make sure that they help as much as possible. They should make sure that being in the professional army in the West should be a matter of conviction, not a matter of climbing the social ladder through the ranks in the army. And a representative of Finland recently said that the basic defense line is in your head, between your 2 ears, between the 2 ears of every single citizen. And I absolutely agree. That's the start line. Then, of course, you need to have a capable army, good command. You have to have capabilities, money and everything. But if it's not between your 2 ears as a citizen, if as a soldier you go to the army just to get more money, just to climb the social ladder, then the army will never be of high quality. And I think that, in our country we have many people who join the army because they are patriots, but not everywhere in the West the situation is the same. Okay, let me ask. Many countries have been investing more in the defense industry currently. We are increasing our defense capabilities. Aren't there risks associated with that? Because we will have many weapons in circulation, many weapons in the East. I don't want to be a harbinger of bad news, but if the situation turns out nasty in Ukraine, isn't there a risk? Because we are sending a large part of our military capabilities to the East, and we might lose them there. I don't think it's a risk. We are not sending, actually, a big part of our military capabilities. Looking at the Czech Republic or Poland or the UK or even France, we are not sending them a significant part of our military capabilities that are currently in use. We are just sending over stuff that's stored somewhere, reserves that we have ready for times of crisis, but those reserves of material are not involved in those, bigger strategic decisions, in bigger strategic planning as regards our military mobilization. So what we have sent over to Ukraine from Czech military storage were things that were not used anyway. And the same was the case of Poland. But in Baltic countries, the situation was different. Baltic countries, before the war started,
sent over a significant amount of stock that their armies were actually using. So in the Baltics it was different. So it was not just a symbolic or a political step from them, it was a practical step. And they clearly thought that it's better to use the weapons now in the territory of Ukraine in the hands of trained Ukrainian soldiers than in the territory of Estonia or Lithuania in the hands of Estonian or Lithuanian soldiers. I mean, they don't have many inhabitants, many soldiers. Say 15 to 20% of people in Estonia are Russians, so it's difficult. And the defense of the Baltic countries, if they were to defend themselves, would logically be more difficult. Or we have bilateral agreements, which is a logical solution for the UK, because for the UK the most important thing is not to get their picture taken and hands shaken and say that cooperation is being planned, but to actually plan, you know, what will happen if there is an attack on Poland or the Baltic countries. And the Baltic countries are the most vulnerable because they're small. Right now we have this presence on the eastern border. It's called advanced defense. I mean, they're not ready to defend a theoretical front line against dozens of thousands of Russian soldiers, but they are there. They are ready. And most of what we send is our production. What the state can do, except for using their weapons reserves, is to activize, mobilize the defense industry. That's why the defense industry is so key. I mean, the experts of our defense industry have grown like 15 times or 10 times over the past few years, but only 0.5% of what we produce is exported. It is a strategic sector, and if somebody attacks your families, you have to get mobilized, you have to start producing weapons. That's why the defense sector is important, and that's why they cherish the defense sector in countries where they had to deal with defending their freedom and sovereignty in the past. And this is what a country can certainly do. This is what Germany can do. This is what France can do. They can say, okay, we have export contracts here. We export 20 billion every year. So let's agree on stopping exports here and redirecting all that production to Ukraine, because the same thing can happen to us. I mean, if something is over-regulated, it's definitely defense material. You cannot export a single military shoe if you don't have all the necessary certifications for it. And of course, for grenades and howitzers, it's even more difficult. So I think this is what every country can do, and we have not been doing it in the EU.
Because simply that is the case, because in the Netherlands, in France, there are no more howitzers to send to Ukraine, because we don't have huge amounts in storage. It's not a political question whether it's a good thing or a bad thing to send them to Ukraine. We simply don't have them. And in many countries, military equipment storage is simply a mess. Countries simply don't know what they have in storage, what they don't. That's, for example, the case of Germany. The current minister is getting all the criticism in the media, but it was actually her idea to do what they call backfilling. So that's, for example, having a kind of chain. We send something to Ukraine and Germany sends something to us. So it was actually her idea. And yes, it hasn't been utilized as much as it could be, but it definitely was a good idea. And yes, there is this criticism against the current German defense ministry, but it was a good idea. And it definitely, just to conclude, is not a risk to take our weapon supplies and to redirect them to Ukraine. And when we look at, by the way, when we look at countries where we supply weapons, where we export weapons, for example, Germany exports to Algeria and Egypt. Those countries, let's face it, are a bit problematic. But why don't they divert those supplies to Ukraine, for example? Mr. Hynek, I saw you smiling during Mr. Kopečny's remarks. So would you like to add something? Do you have any other recommendations for the EU and for solving the situation? Actually, we have done what Germany did not. We approached our business partners in Africa, in Asia, to postpone our supplies, that we will honor our contracts, but we will delay the supply, and right now most of what we manufacture is delivered to Ukraine. We extended our production capacities, we started new production lines, so we really did everything we could, and it isn't without its problems. And I think this definitely is a lesson if there is any future repetition of this. As a result of globalization, buying materials can be actually problematic, because we get some of our materials from Ukraine, from Russia, so we could actually say that in order to manufacture weapons for Ukraine, we need to get raw materials from Russia. So what we definitely need are robust supply chains, and there are problems in many countries in the world, and all the countries want to buy raw materials, they want to buy weapons. So, for example, if we need steel, we are told we need to make your decisions by 4 p.m. today, and if you don't make your decision by 4 p.m. today, it's going to be more expensive. So it's not about finding the cheapest supplier, it's about finding any supplier. There is not enough materials, there is not enough manpower. But it's actually surprising to me, it's a pleasant surprise that we can still keep our manufacturing, we can actually expand it, and we can provide top-notch weapons to Ukraine and top-notch systems that they need. And one day, yes, there will be a ceasefire. One day the war will be over. But it's going to be still a very precarious situation. That's probably what my colleague here could talk much better about. But I think that it can turn into a frozen conflict, similar to what we see in Israel and Palestine. So the Ukrainian army will need more equipment, and it will need more soldiers. So our weapon supplies won't stop with the end of the war. So this is a very long-term task. So yeah, Mr. Hynek already asked you, Ms. Heranova, so what scenarios do you see in the future? Well, talking about the end of the war in Ukraine, that really is a very complicated question. Yes, there might be a ceasefire, it might be very precarious, and in that case, it will not solve the situation. It won't be an ultimate conclusion. It will simply be just another stage of the conflict. We will have a ceasefire and just basically be waiting for another flare of the armed conflict. Because how did this start? It started back in 2014 with the annexation of Crimea and the creation of the separatist republics. And now, 2022, there is another hot phase of the conflict. If there is a ceasefire, it will probably be followed by another hot phase of the conflict. What we need is to win the war. We need to win the war. And I say we because Ukrainians are fighting on our behalf. We are lucky that the fighting is in Ukraine and not in the Baltics. So we really need to support Ukraine. We really need to supply them with weapons, any other equipment that they need, because what they need to do is to win the war, and they need to do it by winter's time, because if they don't, we are facing a huge problem, and it's something we already addressed in the first panel. because energy prices are growing, gas prices are growing, inflation is growing, our economies are stagnating, living standards are falling, purchasing power are falling. All this is the result of the war. So Ukraine needs to win the war by the end of the year, and if it doesn't, we will face even bigger problems. So that's important to mention in this context. When it comes to Russia, there is no middle ground here, because if there is a ceasefire, it's basically just postponing the war. There is simply no other option than defeating Russia. That's the only solution. Thank you very much for this comment and for framing this entire topic of our panel Europe with a war on its doorstep. And now we can give the floor to our audiences both here in the room and online. So if you are online, you can write your questions on Facebook or YouTube. And now there seems to be a question from the audience. So just please wait for the microphone. And let's start with the first question. And please also start with your introduction. My name is Jan Doležal. I'm from the Center of European Analysts and Programmers. Unfortunately, I am not a member of the panel. Mr. Vidasek actually actively blocked me from the panel. We have prepared IT projects for the EU presidency, and we also cooperate with the UN. And we deal with data. And we actually have quite a lot of data, because we have 40, 50 years of experience and data for different key sectors of the economy, banking, defense, and other industrial areas. So we can look at the data, and if you look at the data, you might see a slightly different picture. I travel the world, I talk to people in the US, in Canada, in Australia, and I also talk to their top security personnel. And what I hear from them is completely different than what I hear here or in the EU. What I hear is that Ukraine was a surprise, but it wasn't supposed to be a surprise, and it's a war that should have been prevented. We actually have an entire university dedicated to defensive and strategic studies. And what we should do is to use our expertise to prevent wars, to prevent armed conflicts. And we have the expertise and the data to do this. So let us use data, because if we do that, we can improve the way we approach defense in the EU and the way we manage the EU. It seems that our politicians do not have background in the industry. They do not have background in technical fields. They don't have the necessary expertise. Their background is different, and that's why they underutilize data. Another problem is that we have lost our competitiveness. We used to have so many high-tech companies. We were very competitive. We could measure ourselves to US companies, to Japanese companies. What we do now is we export to Germany and we pat ourselves on the back saying how great our industry is, but that is actually not the case. We shouldn't limit industry in our country. We really need to be competitive. We really need to be sustainable in many of these fields. And we need to provide our people not only in our technical fields with important backgrounds, and we can use data for all of that. Thank you very much for this remark, because the need of data is clear. Data is so important not only in defense but also in other areas to make good decisions. So thank you very much for this remark, and let us move on to another one. Thank you very much, Adela Hamradova from Untitled
Stiftung, I have a question to Ms. Heranova. Ms. Heranova, you mentioned that it's absolutely necessary to win the war by the end of the year. Is this realistic? Ms. Heranova? Well, unfortunately, I don't have a crystal ball. But I think that ultimately it depends on how the EU and NATO approaches the conflict. Are we united in the support of Ukraine? Do we only send weapons and not even enough weapons? Or do we become more proactive? And we probably know what that would mean. What if we actually send boots on the ground? What would happen? And yes, there is the nuclear threat and there are all those other threats. But at one point we will have to make a decision. If there is a prolonged conflict, we need to make this decision, and it's our decision. It depends on what we do. Unfortunately, the speaker is not using the microphone, so we cannot interpret. Well, when you talk about a frozen conflict or about the precarious ceasefire, that would be a problem, because it would only be a temporary ceasefire and basically just waiting for another flare-up of this active conflict. The first ceasefire lasted 8 years. How long it would be this time, nobody knows. Thank you very much for your question and for the answer. Mr. Hennig, would you like to also add something? Maybe I can look whether the betting agencies would allow me to actually bet on the end of the war. I would actually bet that we will see a frozen conflict, that the EU won't become more proactive. I think that is the reality. And frankly, even if we supplied everything that Ukraine needs to Ukraine, and we are not able to do that, it wouldn't win the war. It's not only about the equipment, it's about the command, it's about the number of soldiers, it's about how well trained the soldiers are, and that's something you cannot improve overnight. If you look where are all the different battlegrounds, it's difficult. And that's why I'm afraid we will see a frozen conflict. And it's true that Russia's industry is very inefficient, and it's very politicized, and it's very sloppy. Sometimes it is also the case with Czech state-owned companies that they are not very efficient. But despite all of that, Russia's industry is still productive, it is still effective, despite not being very efficient. And also, the mentality in Russia is different. While our approach to sending soldiers to wars and seeing them die in wars is simply different. So looking at all of that, looking at all those variables, I would bet for maybe a very precarious ceasefire and basically a frozen, prolonged conflict. So there might be a ceasefire, but it will just be a preparation for another hot phase of the conflicts. I don't think that Ukraine can win the war. Ms. Kopechny, what do you think about the future? Are you also afraid that we will see a frozen conflict? And we probably can all agree that it is the least desirable of all the scenarios. Or actually the least desirable scenario is Russia winning and wiping out the entire Ukraine. But I think the frozen conflict option is a very probable one. So we expect the conflict to continue for months and months to come. So the question is, what can we do about it? During the first panel, we looked at economic questions because the economic problems are looming and winter will bring further problems. Gas supplies might simply stop during the winter. So we might not have gas, not even for households, but for companies as well. So what do we do about it? So there are further problems that we need to address, and these are actually some of the tasks for the Czech presidency. That's why we call it Europe as a task. So what we need to work on is to continue with a consensus, and it's going to be a healthy, solid consensus respecting what Ukraine wants to do. And we have a number of possibilities what we can do to support Ukraine.
we really need to focus on those practical steps. So keeping up with the sanctions, introducing new sanctions. So not only to keep those we already have in place, but also introducing new sanctions and to support Ukrainian capacities, financing as much as we can through the Peace Fund facility. We also need to help them in other ways, not only by supplying weapons, but also providing infrastructure, because the losses of the Ukrainian army are huge, comparable to the worst European countries saw during World War II and World War I. And Ukraine's losing the most experienced soldiers, but also young people. So it's basically like the Battle of Ypres in 1916-17. That's what we are seeing today in Ukraine. So entire Ukrainian generations are being wiped out. People who are dedicated to their country, who want to fight for their country, are lost in the war. So just imagine what it does to the society after the war is over one day. So we are talking here about military support for Ukraine, but we also need to support them economically, because nobody is paying taxes in Ukraine. We need to also massively support Ukraine economically. We need to send money to Ukraine to keep the state infrastructure working and to support them through this very long conflict. I believe we still have time for one or two questions from the audience. Yes? Hello, I'm representing the Association of Employers in the Energy Sector in the Czech Republic. I'm interested in what you think about the European solidarity. How long can we expect EU countries to show solidarity with Ukraine and to support Ukraine? Because we already see protests in different EU member countries. We already see dissatisfaction among EU citizens. And once economic crisis hits with bigger force, do you think the EU will force Ukraine to reach a compromise? Or will the EU still be unified in its solidarity towards Ukraine? Thank you very much for this question, and we all understand that this is not an easy question. So what do you think? Maybe we can start with Ms. Haranova. Well, with every month, it's going to be more and more difficult to keep this unity in the EU and this unified approach to Ukraine, because winter will be coming and everybody imagines what European winter without gas supplies might look like. So that's going to be a big test for the EU unity and solidarity. And once the EU is no longer unified in its approach to Ukraine, there might be pressure mounting on Ukraine to reach an agreement with Russia. So that's also why I said that it's imperative to end the war as early as possible, as soon as possible, because that's in our best interest economically, politically. So we should do whatever we can to do this, because we need to ask ourselves as Europeans what we want. Do we suffer winter without gas supplies, without central heating, seeing mass protests of our citizens just because we don't want to be more proactive against Russia? So what do we value more? And these are tough questions, but we need to ask ourselves these questions. If we support Ukraine with actual troops, we need to be united in this. It can't be just some EU member countries. And again, we are also members of NATO. And I think that if only a single country supports Ukraine by sending troops, Russia will interpret it as the NATO support or as the EU support. So it doesn't really matter if it's one country or all. So do we just look at what is happening in Ukraine? Do we just watch, or are we going to be brave and react? Yeah, let us first let Mr. Kopečný react. I think that's a question of mindset, of mentality. Yes, we are in different conditions to support Ukraine than Russia has. What Putin can say to his citizens is that there are tough times ahead, but we are a strong Russian nation. And I think that the greatest weapon in Vladimir Putin's arsenal is our fear of Russia. Whenever he says escalation, we are afraid to do anything for Ukraine. Sending tanks, sending heavy weaponry. What happened when we sent tanks? Nothing happened. Are we in the Third World War? We aren't. Emotions, terror, fear, these are the most effective weapons that Russia has. So we need to be very transparent, we need to be very open, we need to call the spade a spade. So yes, winter will be tough, we have high inflation, we have problem with gas supplies. Will this crisis came if we continue to support Ukraine? Probably yes. Will it come if we stop supporting Ukraine? Probably yes as well. I think whatever we do, we are still facing the same crisis. Whatever we do for the Ukrainians who are being slaughtered in Ukraine. So it has a moral aspect, and I think that this moral argument resonates very strongly in the Czech Republic, but there are other countries which are basically like, okay, this is just another genocide in Ukraine. We've already seen genocides before, so yeah, just another one. So the main question is what the strength of Russia is, because economically it is a weak country. Yes, Russia is a huge country, but the Russian economy is actually comparable to the economy of Spain or Italy. So we do have the money to support Ukraine. What we need to realize is that whatever we do, things keep happening in Ukraine, in the EU, and people will start protesting in the EU. So I think that we need to be here very open, very honest, that actually whatever we do for Ukraine, the consequences for us and for our people will probably be still the same. So we need to look very openly at what tools governments can use to somehow mitigate the impact on the population. But the extent of the crisis in the EU has nothing to do with how we support Ukraine financially, how many tanks we send, etc., etc. We have already supplied so much to Ukraine, and it has no effect on our situation here at home, and it doesn't really diminish our defense capabilities. The interpreters are sorry, but the speaker is not using the microphone, so we cannot interpret. The interpreter is sorry, but the speaker is not using the microphone, so we cannot interpret. If you want interpreting, please alert the speaker and ask him for using the microphone. I don't want to be the most pessimistic of the panelists, but sometimes we hear that optimists simply don't have enough information, that's why they are not more pessimistic. I feel that I'm pessimistic because I have enough information, I have what I know from my everyday life. I know what our factories look like, and I see that, for example, you need to halt your production process because you don't have spare parts, you don't have enough raw materials. And that's really shocking for me in the 21st century in the EU. So, for example, we cannot manufacture first aid kits because we have a zipper shortage. The zippers are manufactured somewhere in Japan, but because of the problems with supply chains, we don't have those zippers, so we can't manufacture first aid kits. So this is the global aspect of the crisis, and actually many of the things that we struggle with right now is caused by something else. I think it's caused by the pride of the West. of the West, thinking that we are the strong ones, we are the best ones, but at the same time we are so much reliant on Russian gas. How is that possible? Since Putin became president, we have been hearing all the time that this is risky, but nobody was willing to do anything about it up until this point. So I'm very pessimistic. I would really hope for EU solidarity, but I think that the most vulnerable part of any democracy is the voter. Voters need to be happy to vote for democracy, and once people start freezing in the winter and they don't have food to put on the table, I think the governments will be very susceptible to breaking this solidarity with Ukraine. So I think the risk is huge of this happening. So thank you very much. We only have 3 minutes left. So I would like to ask our panelists to very briefly answer one question, and let us return with this question to the Czech presidency, which is the framework for this debate. What do you think, when it comes to defense, should be the top thing to do, the top priority to do? What piece of legislation should we push or conclude? What should we focus on? It can be basically anything. So whatever is there in the EU agenda that Czech presidency should focus on in the next 6 months. Mr. Kopečný. I'd say using all the tools at the EU's disposal and at the disposal of individual member states, and using these tools maybe together in a coalition, using these tools to fight Russia in Ukraine. And on a more technical level, I think our biggest task, and this is a very bureaucratic thing, but our most important task is the rules for joint financing, because I think that would be a very nice legacy of the Czech presidency. And in the future, maybe nobody will ever remember that it was the task that we managed to conclude, but I think that would be a really good thing for the EU to do this in terms of defense. Ms. Hranová, what is the one thing that the Czech presidency can do in defense? I would just follow up on what Mr. Kopečný has said. I think that in terms of defense, it's very clear. We need to keep political unity, we need to keep a unified front towards Russia and to help Ukraine as much as we can, supplying weapons and aiming at finishing the war as soon as possible and helping Ukrainian victory. And clearly many people, or maybe most people, think that that's not realistic, but I think that's the only thing we can do. Thank you very much. And Mr. Hynek, I don't think I have such huge goals. I would mention the EU taxonomy and the attitude of the banking sector towards the defense industry. So to me, it would be great, it would be a great success if the Czech Republic used its presidency of the Council of the EU and made sure that the defense industry is portrayed as a key industry. And if this happens, I would be very, very happy indeed. So thank you very much to all our panelists. That's the end of our debate. That's the end of the panel. Thank you very much for your expertise, for your comments, and for your perspectives on the future of the EU defense and security. And I very much thank you also for those very specific remarks and very specific recommendations for the Czech presidency of the Council of the EU. And we will have 6 months to raise these issues, to put these agendas on the table, to make sure that the EU is able to defend itself and is able to efficiently and effectively respond to what is happening in the world today. Thank you very much. So now we have a coffee break. It's in the room next door, and in 1 hour we will continue with our next panel. The next panel will focus on another Czech presidency's priority, and that will be the protection of democracy in Europe and of EU institutions. So thank you very much for listening, thank you very much for attention, and bon appetit. Good afternoon. Welcome to the third panel of this conference on the Czech presidency of the EU, its priorities and expectations. This conference is organized by EURACTIV, the representation of the European Commission in the Czech Republic, the European Parliament office in the Czech Republic, and Heinrich Böll Stiftung. I'll be the host of this panel. The panel is dedicated to protecting European democracy. So we'll be speaking about extremism, interference in elections, and also the trustworthiness of the media. The Czech presidency will focus on plurality in the media, the freedom of media, and we will be speaking about what the role of the Czech presidency should be, what the situation is as regards the plurality of the media and the press freedom, and what the EU can do about it. We'll be talking about it with our guests in the panel, but of course we'll be happy if you join in, if you ask your questions, and the same goes for people who are watching us online. So now on to our guests. Michal Klima, Special Representative for the Media and Disinformation from the Government Office. Hello. Pavlína Janebová, Research Director at the Association for International Affairs. Hello. Then Mr. Josef Šlerka, Head of New Media Studies, Faculty of Arts, Charles University. Hello. And last but not least, Markéta Gregorová, an MEP representing the Pirate Party. And also Monika Ladmanová, advisor to Věra Jourová, Vice President of the European Commission for Values and Transparency. But Ms. Ladmanová has newly been appointed as the head of the representation of the European Commission in the Czech Republic. She will take on that role on the 1st of July. Ms. Ladmanová, we have trouble hearing you. Can you
Je to lepší?
Is this better?
Je to mnohem
Yes, it's a lot better. Hello. Hello. As I said, hello from Brussels. I look forward to seeing you all in Prague, and thank you for the invitation. So, I'll start with a few opening questions across the topic of protecting democracy with a focus on the media. My first question is for Michal Klima. So, the resilience of democratic institutions as one of the key priorities of our presidency. How do you see this? From what the Czech representatives say, it seems that they really want to emphasize working with the media and the situation in the media landscape. What do you have to say about this? Thank you. It is a crucial question, that's right. What I would like to have are wide discussions about the media. Unfortunately, the entire preparation of the presidency has been impacted by the war. So we, for example, started discussions about various topics with the Minister for European Affairs, but the work has been impacted. We will have a conference in December hosted by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Radio Free Europe. And the conference will be about press freedom in the countries of European Partnership. Together with the Commissioner, we thought it would be good to organize a conference on distinguishing between dependent and independent media and disinformation. I guess it's a topic for Mr. Schlerka. I'm sure he'll say more about it. And the French presidency has passed on to us the issue of the Media Freedom Act to us, and will be talking about what they call SLAP, which is pressing charges against journalists in court, and this is how some countries basically make the lives of journalists difficult because they want to persecute them. And then, of course, there's the question of state support for the media, but we'll see whether there will be time for that. Thank you for your answer about what's ahead of us. Now on to Ms. Ladmanova. Mr. Klima mentioned the Media Freedom Act. What will this legislation bring to us? Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. Mr. Klima already mentioned it. It's not certain yet whether it will be a regulation or a directive, but in any case it should be adopted after the summer break.
Na Evropskou komisí do legislativního procesu. A jedná se o normu, která by měla reagovat na nedávné zkušenosti, které máme s tím, jak se pokouší ať už veřejní anebo neveřejní činitelé interferovat do nezávislosti médií.
Experience with public or non-public actors trying to interfere with the independence of media. This could have the form of providing or not providing licenses or revoking licenses from the media, or providing or not providing state support to media. The Press Freedom Act works at two levels. First, it focuses on the media market. So it will allow us to adopt measures that would enable better transparency in terms of media ownership. And the second level is providing public resources to support the media. And this also is relevant for rules on advertising, for example, where advertising can be displayed, under which conditions, etc. Let's also not forget the issue of transparency, self-regulation, and also innovations. We should have a common horizontal tool for oversight, for implementing oversight of the media. It is not the only EU act focusing on the matter. Recently, the European Commission prepared an anti-SLAPP directive, the aim of which is to protect journalists against harassment, but we can get to that later. Yes, we will get to that. Thank you very much for your information about the Media Freedom Act and the anti-SLAPP directive focused on abusing courts to persecute journalists. Last year, the European Commission issued a recommendation to member states on how they should protect journalists. So there have been several recommendations like that. The Commission is active, which brings me to MEP Ms. Gregorova. how does the European Parliament view the efforts of the European Commission towards more protection for journalists and a public financing of the media? Thank you for the question. The European Parliament very much welcomes the plans of the European Commission, both what has already been done and what is in the pipeline. The Press Freedom Act. We always want to take it a step further at the European Parliament. We always want to be a little bit stricter and more ambitious. And because this is a panel on the resiliency of European democracy, let me mention our work in our INGE committee, INGE committee on ingerence in elections and in the media landscape. We have published a document on both ingerence and also work in the media and what we should do to make sure that the media is free and not influenced and not harassed. So we definitely appreciate the SLAP directive as well, because it really targets those strategic court actions against journalists. And we call on the Commission to not only focus on the media, to also focus on social networks, because social networks is where the fake news is most often disseminated. People click on various misinformation sites online, they're very fast to do it, and the European Commission is much more powerful than single member states, and it should use its power to communicate with Facebook, Google and other companies to address this issue. And Ms. Jourova's office has currently published an update of the Code of Practice. But we, as the INGE committee, we want to go even further. Thank you for this perspective from the European Parliament. We are speaking about European initiatives in the area of media. Looking at media freedom in EU member states, we see that some states have gone down. There are some exclamation points in certain countries. I guess we all know that the situation is getting worse in Hungary and Poland, but also Greece, for example. So now we have initiatives on the table that should improve the situation. When looking at the ranking, what is the situation of European countries when it comes to freedom and plurality, Mr. Schlerka? Well, it all depends what your benchmark is, you know. Yeah, if you go from west to east, then, you know, and then you cross the Ukrainian border and you feel like what we're talking about here are first world problems, and we have no problems because our colleagues in Uzbekistan, for example, are in a much worse situation. So the EU is very free in this respect. And the EU is still one of the most free areas of the world when it comes to press freedom. We're very good at pinpointing where the problems are, such as in Hungary. We know that people are nominated according to which political party they support, i.e. the party of Viktor Orbán. Like, we know exactly what the problem in Hungary is, but the problem is that you know, it's all transparent. It's just that in all the key positions you have Orbán's people, and the EU as a whole is not really capable of doing anything with it, because internally you cannot ostracize Viktor Orbán. And I guess that's the weakness of our situation. I guess our weakness is all the things that we still consider business as usual, and we don't feel the need to react to them strongly. So I'm very, very happy that we have this anti-SLAPP directive being adopted. That's great, but at the same time we can very soon get to the point where individual countries will say, oh, but we do have opposition media, we have plurality of the media, yeah, the media don't have any resources and they have nowhere to publish, but that's part of the freedom, right? They should get the resources themselves. So I think the legislation is not enough when addressing these issues. The most important thing are the norms that society has and what society considers as normal and acceptable. Also, a lot of things at the EU level are debated through negotiations and unilaterality. You have to decide unanimously, which means that we close our eyes very often when we need Hungary's vote for something. I will probably agree with him a lot. So when I was preparing for this debate, I considered this answer to be pretty straightforward, so it might be actually quite banal, but let me start by saying that the free media are basically the fourth pillar of democracy, because it provides a connection between the political world and the citizens and the civil society, because the civil society doesn't really have the time and capacity to really watch what politicians are doing. And I believe that all of us here really do follow the media, and that's a good thing, but at the same time we are living in a kind of a bubble and not everybody follows the media so religiously as we do. And this brings me to Hungary. In Hungary there are independent media. And there is a number of independent media outlets, in particular online independent media outlets. But the question we need to ask is, how accessible are these to all members of the Hungarian society? Are they as accessible as other state-controlled media which are either directly state-controlled or they are controlled through people who are close to Viktor Orbán? In 2018, majority of Hungarian media outlets joined what is called the Central European agency, media agency, that exists in Hungary. And this agency actually exists to limit the plurality of Hungarian media. The heads of the agency are very close to Viktor Orbán, very close to his regime, so there is very good state control of the media. We can obviously look at individual media outlets and their owners. And obviously it's a part of a code of conduct for any journalist to be objective in their work and not to be swayed by the owners of the media. We could obviously talk quite a lot to what extent that is the case. Maybe we could also come up with some examples here in the Czech Republic. There are certain media outlets in the Czech Republic which formerly belonged to the former Prime Minister. and we can ask to what extent they are independent and unbiased. But when we go back to Hungary, it is clear that the state-controlled media do not really offer that much platform to opposition candidates. They definitely breach the basic rules of neutrality, and they are, for example, only informing about the government party in a positive light, while the united opposition doesn't either get any platform to comment or is portrayed very negatively in the state-controlled media. I also agree with Mr. Schlerka when it comes to the comparison of the EU and some other parts of the world. We are relatively doing very well, but at the same time there are some ideals that we should aspire to, and we definitely should not give up on that. Thank you very much for these opening remarks. Mr. Schlerka mentioned the role of the EU and raised the question of how the EU should react to some of the problems that we face in individual member countries. And Mr. Schlerka mentioned that maybe the EU should be tougher and more proactive in this respect. I'm not sure that I was clear. I think that what we see in Central and Eastern Europe very often, which are direct threats from politicians towards individual journalists, direct attacks. So yeah, it's clear there shouldn't be a friendly relationship between politicians and journalists, because if journalists are to play this role for the democratic society, they cannot be friendly with politicians. They should actually be opponents. But let's just look at how politicians attack journalists in different member countries. And usually there is no response to that, so it becomes tolerated. It becomes in a way codified that it's okay in the EU to attack journalists. We can see this in Slovakia, we can see this in the Czech Republic. For example, the former Prime Minister of the Czech Republic, Babiš, does that, attacking independent media outlets, and the same happens in Hungary with Orbán. And whoever does that isn't really ostracized. Whoever does that is still considered a normal member of the EU political family. Thank you very much for clarifying your point. So let me now go back to Ms. Ladmanova. We are talking here about social norms that we have in the EU when it comes to media freedom. Is there something that the European Commission can do? Can it play a role as a sort of watchdog when it comes to media freedom? Is there more the European Commission and the EU can do than legislating? That's a very good question, but also a very tough question. And we've already heard that the EU and the European Commission specifically has been trying to do more in relation to attacks on journalists and interference of politicians with journalists. And we believe that this is a part of the key values, of the key pillars of the EU. I think these are the key pillars of our democracy, and I think that for a long time we have taken it for granted. And what we see now is that in individual member states there are problems and we need to respond. So what tools do we have at our disposal? Some of them have been mentioned already. We can regulate, we can create a legal framework, but still there are limitations. We need to respect the treaties, the Treaty on the EU, the Treaty on the Functioning of the EU, and we can't beyond. So the legislation needs to fall within this framework. Then we have what we call these proceedings against countries which are suspected of breaking the rule of law or any EU norms. That is something that the European Commission can initiate. And we believe that the media are a part of the functioning of the internal market. So, for example, what happened? Let's take what happened in Hungary, and what was the reaction of the European Commission. So, for example, licenses were revoked to specific media outlets in Hungary, and what the European Commission did was that we found a legal act and found that this is actually goes against this particular legal act. So the European Commission could call on Hungary to somehow rectify the situation. And obviously, these proceedings are very long. They take very long, and it could take for years. And in the end, it might be the European Court which decides to fine a member country. And this has happened in the past a couple of times. So, for example, the Czech Republic was supposed to pay a fine for not transposing the existing directive on media services. And this is a directive that was approved in 2016 or proposed in 2016, then it was approved, and then it was supposed to be transposed by August 2020, and only now in 2022 the Czech Republic has been fined. And hopefully in the case of Hungary the process will be quicker, because we also want to send a very clear signal that this is unacceptable. But there are a number of these proceedings against Hungary. There are a number in the pipeline concerning different measures, concerning different legal acts. So probably this is not something that pains Hungary very much, that it's happening, and they also have very good lawyers. So the European Commission always says that we will use all our tools that are at our disposal. We cannot go beyond them, but at the same time, within this framework, we can be innovative. So a few years back, the European Commission started publishing a report on the rule of law in the EU. And we are about to publish the third volume of this report this year in July. So this also was, in a way, a response to something unprecedented, and that was the clear breach of the rule of law in certain member states and losing the independence of the judiciary in certain member states. And it also was a response to how media outlets and journalists have been treated in some member states. So this was an innovative response. So that's why we published this report, to somehow create a benchmark for others and to clearly indicate what is acceptable and what is no longer acceptable and no longer complies with EU legislation. As I've mentioned, the third volume of this report will be published this year on July 13th. So it always starts with a general summary and then addresses each of the individual member states. It looks at corruption or anti-corruption measures. It looks at the freedom of the media. It looks at the rule of law and the independence of the judiciary, and also about checks and balances, and also it looks into human rights and civil society institutions. So what is the purpose of this report? We want really we see it as a preventative measure. We want member states to be able to look at the report and say, okay, so what is the status? How well are we doing in these 4 areas? Can we improve something? So that's also why the report also includes specific recommendations for individual member states. And probably it's not going to be a surprise for you that for certain countries those recommendations are concerning the freedom of the media. There is also a media pluralism monitor, a specific report looking into media freedom in Europe. We also have this report, which also is pretty detailed about the freedom of the media. I hope that I have answered your question. Thank you very much. I know that you need to leave a bit earlier, so you can't conclude the panel. So that's why I would like to also ask a follow-up question. Because I read the report from last year, and I wanted to mention that there is this factor of media freedom and media plurality, and that it will also this year contain recommendations. So let me ask you about those recommendations. What happens? Let's say that you recommend something to a country, and you mentioned that you will definitely make recommendations to certain member countries about the plurality of the media. So what happens afterwards? Well, there will definitely be a dialogue with those countries. But also, I need to manage your expectations. There are not going to be 20 recommendations for a single state. We will come up maybe with 4 to 5 recommendations, and this concerns all of those 4 areas that are addressed by this report. So really, we need to make sure that we highlight the most important aspects for each country. So we come up with those recommendations, and then there needs to be a dialogue between the representative of the European Commission and the member state. I also think that the report can be used by other actors as well. It can be referred to by the European Parliament or by the civil society. So the report is a specific tool that can serve as a basis for petitioning your member state to do better in any of these categories. This report doesn't have anything to do with, for example, funds, with funding. There are no sanctions. If a country doesn't score well, it doesn't lose access to the recovery fund or any other fund. But it's another piece in the mosaic. So it can be a basis for further dialogues and for further negotiations in the EU. Next year, there will be a 4th report, and it will definitely look into how member states reacted to the recommendations and if anything will have been done with them. But let me once again say that this really is a new thing. This will be this year the first time that we come up with recommendations. But it can happen that within 2 years we will add another element to this report that will follow up on what we have already. But hopefully by then media freedom will be safeguarded in all member states, and publicly owned media will work as we all would like them to. So I'm an optimist. Thank you very much for your answer. Let me now also ask about the social norms in the EU, and I would like to extend this question to all of our panelists. So what can the EU do? Should the EU somehow help to create a good environment for the freedom of the media? Thank you very much. I actually wanted to react, because what we've heard is that what we heard from Ms. Landmanova is actually the biggest problem, because if you do not score well in this report and nothing really happens, you still have access to all the financial instruments the EU has at its disposal, then it's basically toothless. Sometimes this is called the Copenhagen dilemma, because we have the Copenhagen criteria, so when a country accesses the EU, it is forced to comply with those Copenhagen criteria, but once a country is a member, there is actually no leverage that the EU can use to force member states to comply with those Copenhagen criteria. That is exactly what is happening in Hungary and in Poland, and maybe in the future it will concern other countries as well. And then we have this unanimous voting principle. That's also problematic as well, because if something needs to be unanimous, then it's not really democratic, because in a democracy you have the rule of a majority which needs to respect the rights of the minority. And right now Hungary can actually control everything in the EU using its veto power, even though it is a minority in the EU. So that's a huge problem. But let me go back to the media and sanctions for not safeguarding the freedom of the media. I think that there need to be sanctions towards countries which do not comply with the Copenhagen criteria, which do not comply with the rules with the rule of law. And it's not about completely stop any subsidies, to completely stop any funding. I think that we simply need to be more flexible and we need to be smarter about this. We need to make sure that we do not support the regime itself, to use specific examples, not to support the regime of Viktor Orban, but to support free media outlets in Hungary, to support local initiatives. For example, in Hungary, to support initiatives that are carried out in Budapest, for example, not nationwide initiatives. So we need to be smarter and more flexible about this, and yes, I know it is demanding, it's not easy, but I think this is the way we need to go. If all democratic countries say yes, this is something that we need to do, we somehow need to cut off this oppressive regime from the money of the EU and support free media and civil society. Mr. Klima would like to respond as well. I would like to return to the principle of plurality. So what is plurality of the media? Simply put, it means that you have different media in the media landscape with different opinions and also with different owners, also with different political preferences, for example. And it also means that all those media are powerful enough to be accessible for all. So it's not about having a few very powerful media outlets and then you'll have a few which are really, really weak and don't really have that much readers. And it's not about restricting media owners. It's not about restricting or regulating the ties between politicians and the media outlets. What we think we should do and what's the best thing to do is to support those independent media and actually support this plurality. That's what we are talking about in Hungary. Because we could say that there is plurality because there are some independent media outlets and maybe some of them even are accessible. Because if these are online media outlets, then in principle everybody can access it, unless it's like Russia and you virtually cannot access some media sites. But this sounds like freedom, but actually those media outlets are very weak. They don't have access to advertising, they don't have access to the same revenue streams that the state-regulated media. So this is not really the plurality that we want to see. So in Hungary, we know about cases when the government is approaching companies and asking them not to advertise in certain opposition media if they still want to be granted state contracts or government contracts. So those media are weak, they don't have enough money, they can't pay for good journalists, they can't pay for a lot of journalists. So their role and their impact is very limited. So I believe that what the EU should do is to support these independent media outlets in individual member states and therefore safeguard plurality.
Let me follow up and continue asking you, what will be the role of the Czech Republic during its presidency in this area? Is it our goal to support these norms not only in EU member state but also in our partner countries? What is our position as the Czech Republic? Well, I said already that we will have a conference here on media in non-EU countries to the east. So yes, we certainly have ambitions in this area. But I'd be happy if our ambitions extended not just outside of the EU, but also
internally in the EU, I know, like Mr. Slerka said here, the situation there is not as bad as in some other totalitarian regimes. But still, I think the EU understands the situation. It finances this report on the state of the media, and it should be said that in September a report on the media ownership structure will be published. So we will learn a lot more about media ownership structure, and I think it will help. We participate in the research and we've seen the first results already, and I think it will be surprising for the EU itself, because the ownership is organized very interestingly, and there are problems in places where we thought there would be no problems, but here they are. Which is related to the second thing that Michal spoke about. We very often take transparency as the key word and the most important thing. And okay, transparency is important, but the experience from EU member states is that transparency is not a panacea. Like in Austria, they have a registry of state advertising. You have the obligation to, make everything transparent. Because in Austria, the heads of various associations, for example, are elected according to who the prime minister is. Like, the country is very politicized, which is why, if your advertising is in the media, you have to be registered. So the transparency is there, but the behavior has not changed because the norms have not changed, and that's the problem. You can have everything transparent, but if people don't give a damn, then that's the problem. And that's exactly that's the issue in Hungary. Everything is super transparent in Hungary, but people don't give a damn about the situation. That's the problem. Okay, and my last question is for Ms. Janebová. Would you like to add something about the role of the EU in terms of setting up the frameworks and regulation? I'll follow up on what Mr. Klima said in terms of access to the media. He's certainly right, about what he said about advertising, etc. What I was hitting at is that there are groups of voters, and it's not a chance that they are very often older Fidesz voters, who really get most of their information from Hungarian public service TV. And that's why they support Viktor Orbán, although there are other reasons why they like him, but still. And if public service TV that is paid from people's taxes favors one party, it's a big problem. Magyar Nemzet, the biggest Hungarian newspaper, also belongs to people who are close to Orbán. And many people don't read news online, they'd rather buy this newspaper, and then again their political opinions are influenced, which, it is normal, of course. I do admit that, yes, it is normal to, have your opinion influenced by the media, but we need to understand how it works in general, in society. And somebody here mentioned values promoted by the EU. And somebody, we thought that EU values were quite constant, even when we got 10 new member states in 2004, but now it shows that the values defined in the founding treaties are very vaguely defined, and every discussion about them is politically motivated. So in the ideology and rhetoric of Viktor Orbán, the EU is very often an enemy. He very often says that the EU goes against the interests of Hungary, and of course this debate is not going to end well, because the EU will always be in a worse situation than Hungary in this debate when it's positioned like that. It will be less popular among Hungarians. So if we want to change the situation, we need to tie financial resources coming from the EU to respecting these values, but if these values are not very specifically defined, then we will never ever leave the cycle of purely political debate about this. How do you define those values? It's always difficult, defining values. So we have to think about that. Thank you. The media landscape in the Czech Republic is not among the best from the 27 member states. But in a Reporters Without Borders ranking, we moved from 40th to 20th place recently. We no longer have Andrej Babiš as the Prime Minister because in his trust funds we have a very big publishing house in the country. So, Mr. Klima, are we going to share examples of best practice with our European colleagues during our presidency? Well, I think that best practice in terms of the approach of the state, that is hard to come by. One good example is that we had independent media popping up after Mafra and other publishing houses were taken over by Andrej Babiš when he was one of the most influential business people in the country and he was getting ready to become a politician, and then he started using his stake in the media industry to support his political position. And then other media oligarchs also purchased part of the market. And it's not about the oligarchs' political orientation, it's that their businesses are dependent on the state. The economic ties are strong, or the structure of their business is such that it cannot exist without public jobs. And if a part of their business group is a publishing house, then of course there's always the danger that the media will report about them in a certain way. So it's definitely good that we had many independent news outlets that were created as a reaction to this situation. They were not banned, which is the situation in other countries. And then there's of course the question of their financing. They should have a decent chance at survival. And we should look at the way advertising money is distributed. And there's question of direct public support, of course. And then public service media. That's another chapter. I think that best practice in the area of public service media is that the public service media has not been destroyed like in some countries. I mean, they had to make compromises in terms of their programming, but they have been relatively okay. So overall, the situation is not so bad. We have also a unique company here, the CZECH company, which started as an internet browser, and today it's a publishing house, and they are financially very independent. So it's definitely a beacon of independent journalism. But when it comes to the role of the state, I think we're still waiting for examples of best practice. Okay, you mentioned the economic situation of the media, which is key for the development and functioning of media. I'll get to that in a moment. I'll use the fact that we have Ms. Ladmanova here. It has been said that to protect the media and to protect rule of law, we can tie European money to respecting certain norms accepted in the EU, and we discussed this at the conference on the future of the European Union, where citizens wanted this mechanism to be introduced and to be expanded to wider values of the EU. You said, Ms. Ladmanova, that the Commission can be creative sometimes, so do you think that building this new tool for the protection of values because this is a crisis, Pavlina mentioned that we have a backsliding crisis here, so will there be new tools like this in the future? The interpreter apologizes, she cannot hear. Okay, now she can. I worked for Ms. Jourova for 8 years, and I think that yes, we will have new tools like that. The whole debate about creating this condition of respecting certain norms for providing the money has been going on for a long time. I was part of the process. It took years. It ended with finally sending the letter to Hungary. There were many technical details, because the EU Commission's red tape had to come up with a mechanism for applying the rule of, having to respect certain norms to be able to receive financing. I think what's important is how this provision will be interpreted in practice, and civil society has played a major role as much as the parliament and other stakeholders. Let me follow up on what Mr. Schlerka said, that people don't give a damn. The partner for the debate about the independence of the media is difficult to find at the supranational level, because the Press Freedom Act will probably be discussed by culture ministers or maybe ministers of industry and trade, because this is about the media industry. So the agenda is very horizontal. It's actually not anchored in any field of human activity. It's difficult to find the relevant ministers for it. It might be directly tied to the position of the Prime Minister. Mr. Klima here is a special representative of the government for media, so that might be the way to go. But we really have to win this battle, because we need to keep our independent media to be able to exist in the future. What I'm trying to say is that we did not have configurations of ministers, set up for debating this thing, and we have not decided yet for the future where exactly it will be discussed. Like, where do the member states want this to be discussed? Is it going to be at the highest level, But I guess that's a topic for another discussion in the future. But when it comes to creating these creative solutions, I think there are many people in the Commission, be they lawyers or non-lawyers, who keep trying to find a way, but they are still overwhelmed. I think we need something brand new. And I'll use this opportunity to say goodbye because I have to go to another meeting. But it's been a pleasure, and I look forward to finally seeing you in person in Prague.
Thank you very much, and see you next time. I'd like to follow up on what Ms. Landmanová said. And that's the question, who should negotiate the Media Freedom Act? What about the position of the Czech Republic? Do we think that this should be handled on the highest possible level in the Council? Do I understand the question correctly? Is it about who will negotiate the Media Freedom Act? Well, I can follow up on Ms. Landmanová as well in this respect. I think that we have the first specific example of good practice, and that's the fact that there is a person in the Czech government who is responsible for the freedom of the media. So, for example, I would really like to be active in these negotiations, but at the same time I completely agree that the question of media freedom falls under the remit of many different ministries, because, for example, just in the Czech Republic we have the Minister of Justice, we have the Minister of Culture, we have the Ministry of Industry and Trade, so there are many different people involved, and I would like to be involved myself as well. So time flies by, but before we give the floor to our audience, I would like to address the economic situation of the media, because that's a deciding factor in how they play their role in the society. Because that's also one of the topics raised by the EU, public support. But the question is, how do you guarantee independence when you offer public support or from the EU? Because then I can imagine people criticizing this support and questioning the independence of the media, which receive financial support from the EU. So could you maybe address this? Maybe we can start with Ms. Gregorová. Thank you very much for giving me those really good questions, because this is actually one of the things I really want to address. I would like to come up with a radical thought. I think that the EU shouldn't be afraid of its own quote-unquote propaganda. Because we are talking all the time about how we should need to give platform to everybody and protect the freedom of expression and the freedom of the media. But sometimes there are actors who use these freedoms for their own selfish interests and purposes, and these can be authoritarian regimes. They can spread fake news and disinformation, so they are misusing these freedoms. And then we come up with the question, how come that the EU doesn't really promote itself very well? How come that we are not very good in our own PR? And this is a topic that we come back to every time we discuss disinformation. So I think that the EU should stop being afraid of promoting itself and using those channels to promote itself. At the same time, when we are talking about the support of the media, a lot of initiatives are already in place, actually. I myself wasn't even aware of all of them. Only when I was researching this debate, I realized how many things are already happening. So, for example, there is the initiative called Creative Europe, and it has much more money than before.
there's been a raise of 80% compared to the last programming period. So there is a lot of money to focus on media freedom, increasing media literacy, safeguarding the freedom of the press. The media plurality monitor is also supported from the EU, focusing on the ownership transparency. So there already is a number of projects and initiatives. Why do I say this? I say this because it's not only about where the EU can pump money and which specific media outlets should the EU support. And it's not only about the question of who to support, isn't this specific medium too left-wing, too right-wing to be supported. I just want to point out that when we talk about the plurality of the media and the freedom of the media, we are talking about a wide range of initiatives and programs, and some of them are happening already, some of them are in the pipeline. There's new draft legislation on the table to improve the situation in these respects. But it all boils down to whether we want to safeguard the EU as we know it and its values. We need to promote it. And we need to talk about what the EU is about. We can't really expect people, young people, recent high school graduates to be highly media literate and very well versed in the EU politics. We can't really expect that. So I think that we need to definitely make a difference here. Mr. Schlerka. I would like to be the bad guy here, and it's a real luxury, because I'm very suspicious when it comes to state support or EU support for specific media outlets. Actually, I have to say I'm against it. I can probably imagine ways to support the media, for example, introducing zero VAT on the media, but direct support, direct subsidies, these are something problematic for me. And actually, it's not only from my own experience, because, for example, I'm a part of a committee that decides about government grants for literary magazines in the Czech Republic. But when we talk about news media outlets, I think that there is a difference. What I see as a big problem here in the Czech Republic is a lack of self-regulation of the media market. Let's look, for example, to Norway. There is a very strong journalist association and also publishing houses association. So there is a very good amount of self-regulation. If you are a member, you need to also comply with their code of ethics, and that is very strict. And if you do that, you can operate with zero VAT. So that, for me, is the perfect kind of self-regulation. And if we could introduce something like that, I would be very happy about it. Because then the media outlets themselves would be regulating the market and put pressure on the compliance with ethical rules. I think that is something that we can do, that it can be done. But when it comes to investigative journalism, news media, I simply think that there can't be a causal relationship between the government and these types of media. So let's find ways how we can support freedom of the media in different ways rather than through direct subsidies. I believe, for example, that in the Czech Republic, our trade registry is very transparent, our real estate registry is very transparent. So if we want to help journalists, let's make registers more transparent. Let's ask the EU to make sure that different government registries are as transparent in all member states as they are in the Czech Republic. So, for example, in France, these registries are not transparent enough. So let's help journalists do their jobs through these measures rather than through direct subsidies. Thank you very much, Ms. Janebová. I'm not sure that there is much I can add, because actually I'm not an expert on media. As for the support from the EU and using such a support
and at the same time making sure that our media remain independent, this definitely may be an issue, definitely in some member countries. And this could be a very good argument for certain politicians for criticizing the EU. I can imagine specific politicians saying, see, the European Union is paying this media outlet and that media outlet, and these are criticizing me, this prominent politician. So yes, these are foreign agents, they're actively fighting against me. So yes, there is this risk. But at the same time, this is already happening, so why not maybe actually offer the support? But yeah, this is more of a joke. But I believe that transparency is one of the key ingredients. If the EU was more transparent, and in this case of direct subsidies for media, if they are transparent, it might work. But let me just say again that I'm not an expert on the media, so I'm not sure whether this would be viable. Mr. Klima, we have heard about different ways the media could be supported. Mr. Klima mentioned that, sorry, it was Mr. Schlerka who said that he's not really in favor of a direct financial support. So what is the official stance of the Czech Republic? First, let me react to what Mr. Schlerka said. I think it can actually be very simple. Either we safeguard the freedom of the media, and we have free media outlets supported by the EU or the government, or we don't support them and we don't have them, because right now inflation is rising, energy pricing are rising, so independent media outlets are struggling. So we don't have the luxury to ask this question theoretically, because very soon we might really face the risk of losing independent media outlets because they simply don't have the money to keep their operation, and we will lose media plurality across the EU. So I don't think this is purely theoretical debate, but this needs to be a very practical and actually is a very existential debate. So that's one thing. Secondly, we have not only been talking about government financial support, the support of the government for the national media outlets, but also about the support from the EU level, from an EU fund. And then the support wouldn't be as closely tied to the specific government, to those specific politicians in the given member state. And of course, there can be criticism that the EU is actually, through this support, buying positive coverage in a specific media outlet. And I do agree here with Ms. Gregorova that the EU shouldn't be afraid of its own promotion, shouldn't be afraid of doing its own PR. But doing our own PR definitely shouldn't be about supporting the media and expecting them to write nicely about us. Let me give you a specific example what we could do to support the media. This is an example from Switzerland. During the pandemic, Switzerland decided that the government will pay a state press agency, that it will fund it. And this is a very smart decision in two ways. One, it will actually save quite a lot of money to the media because it is expensive to run a press agency. And second, it will make the agency more accessible also to the media outlets which previously could not afford it. So it makes their news reporting better. So I think this is a very smart way of how to improve the quality of the media in a given country. And it is not a way to influence the content in the media because the press agency is independent, but it definitely helps to cultivate the media market. So there are ways to support the media, but we simply need to be smart about finding them.
And now I would like to give the floor to our audience. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand. First, we have a question there in the first row. Thank you very much, Jan Vitasek. I run the Euroactive.cz portal, and we co-organize this debate today. This is a very interesting discussion for me, particularly the question about direct financial support to media outlets. And actually there is some financial support. For example, Euroactive and the way we operate is definitely dependent on money from the EU, because there are projects that we do together with the EU, helping the EU to communicate its topics. And there are very strict rules about how we can use the funding and what we need to comply with. And obviously there is also a rule that this money is provided irrespective of the content and irrespective of your political stance. The money doesn't automatically mean that you will only write nicely about the EU. And what it also requires is for the media outlets to really have a code of conduct, internal rules that will make sure that there is no bias. And the financing mechanisms can work in various ways. And it's important to realize that there are many different ways of financing the media. The media make money on advertising, but there are also other ways of financing the media. So, for example, media outlets publish commercial supplements and things like that to get money from sponsors and from advertisers. So why not do something similar as the EU or as the government? I think that the public sector could work in a very similar way with media outlets. So that's the same as if, let's say, the European Parliament approaches a media outlet to write about the European Parliament and it's a sponsored content. I can see another question over there, but now I'd like to ask our panelists whether they would like to respond to the previous comment. If I may, I don't know a media outlet that is heavily reliant on money from the EU. But of course, this could be a way to go, but I don't really know about any cases of the EU funding, for example, going to hiring more journalists or paying for the services of press agencies. So I don't know about any examples of this. But yes, there can be sponsored content, but is this really helping the freedom of the media? Because if we pay for media monitoring, how does it help media? Because you can keep monitoring for quite some time, but then nothing happens. I would like to give you my perspective of an IT developer. I have a very long background in economic IT tools, and I've been doing it for 50 years. So I've traveled the world, and I can tell you what I see in the US, in Australia, everywhere in the world. And what we hear is your legal framework is a mess. Please make sure that you know what your rules are. The EU methodologically is very bad in creating laws. It's so difficult to apply algorithms to EU legislation. So, for example, when it comes to Industry 4.0, In terms of the legal framework, there are so unfavorable conditions to Industry 4.0. So the quality of the legislation is so poor. And also look at the number of public servants. We need so many people to create these laws, but they are suboptimal. So why not automate more? Why not optimize more? I think that we should have lean public service. But unfortunately, our parliaments are no longer able to optimize our legislation. We need to be able to use algorithms. And may I ask how it relates to the media? Well, it's about the ownership. It's about the ownership of the media. And it's awful. The people who own media in the Czech Republic, those people have no professional background. The interpreter is sorry, too many people talking over each other, we cannot interpret this. Actually, I have been the head developer, so I do have this experience. So can I please ask you not to underestimate people who have spent many years in, for example, IT. That's my experience. What you are talking about means the end of politics. You can't really write laws based on an algorithm, because in politics is a clash of different interests. What you are describing is wishful thinking of engineers, and usually it leads to complete mess or totalitarianism. Because people simply have different interests, and different rights actually clash. They go one against the other, because the freedom of speech is clashing with some other rights and freedoms of others. Thank you very much, Mr. Schlerka. You have a very strong voice, so thank you very much for mitigating and managing this debate. Thank you for this comment, and also, Mr. Schlerka, thank you for your reaction concerning algorithmization. And maybe I can ask Ms. Gregorova. Well, when you say IT, it doesn't automatically mean the Pirate Party, if that's why you're asking. But I completely agree with Mr. Schlerka said. First of all, I don't think that this is the platform for this kind of debate, but if we have raised this issue of algorithmization of our legislative processes, I don't think that that is the way to go, because from time to time I arrive at a topic that I believe is very easily data-based, and it can very easily and rationally be pushed using rational arguments, but then I start talking to other people and I see very different points of view. We are not machines. Human interactions can be algorithmized. Let me also react. I have actually studied automation, and I actually believe that we could have better laws in this respect. Are there any other people in the audience who would like to come up with a brief commentary or a question? Seeing none, I would like to ask my final question of all the panelists. What are your expectations of the Czech presidency? And specifically, I'm asking about the expectations of the priority concerning the resilience of democratic institutions. Today we have talked specifically about the Media Freedom Act, but the priority actually is much wider concerning, for example, rule of law. For example, in Hungary, our partner in the Visegrad Forum. So as for this priority, the resilience of democratic institutions, I have to say that I'm quite an optimist. My expectations are high. but I think that it's great that this priority is even there. Because let's not kid ourselves, during the war, during the energy crisis, during the economic crisis, I believe it's wonderful that we think of something as abstract as democracy and actually include it in our priorities. And the same goes for the media freedom, media literacy, disinformation and things like that. So I'm very happy that it is among the priorities at all. So I very much hope that we will cooperate quite a lot with Commissioner Jourova when it comes to the Media Freedom Act, but also, for example, the legislation on digital services. Because there we need to discuss the cooperation with social media platforms and other powerful actors. So I hope that together with Commissioner Jourova, we will jumpstart other initiatives targeting disinformation, for example. So what I would like to know from Mr. Klima is whether the Czech Republic is preparing any nationwide legislation to target disinformation, something more systemic than just switching off disinformation websites. And I believe this is also a topic which the EU should address because the online space knows no borders. So just having a national piece of legislation is not enough. We need an EU-wide one. Mr. Klima, could you react? Well, legislation focused on turning off websites. In the case of disinformation websites is getting prepared, or limiting access to disinformation websites is getting prepared. I've seen the actual wording of the law because the ministry has already prepared it. But if there were somebody here from the Ministry of Justice, they would say that it's certainly not ready yet because it hasn't gone through the legislative process, and there might be substantial changes to it in the legislative process because there are even contradictory opinions of this legislation in Czech Parliament. But in any case, if the government wants to limit access to certain disinformation websites, it certainly has to be supported by legislation, that's for sure. But we have a European process for this. The Council of Europe issued a regulation saying that certain Russian websites and TVs should not be accessible, but according to the legislative department of our government, this regulation is not targeted, it's not sufficiently precise and targeted, and it is not clear what exactly you should do if you wanted to do something in line with the regulation. So it's definitely necessary to have precise legislation in this area. You said Council of Europe, but you meant Council of the EU? Yes, so we should definitely make sure that this is clear for the audiences. Ms. Janebova, I think that the ongoing conflict in Ukraine and the Russian aggression and the change of how we perceive the security situation in Europe, I think that all of that inspired the Czech Republic to become an EU leader in this area. And during its presidency, the Czech Republic will be very much motivated to strengthen the resiliency of democratic institutions in cooperation with its partners. You asked about Hungary. Well, if there is a change in the situation in Hungary, I think that the Czech Republic would be in a relatively good position because as the presidential country, it should be as neutral as possible and just make sure the process advances. So it would be a pretty good position for us because it would allow us to avoid discussions about whether we're turning our backs on other Visegrad countries and whether they are our allies or not or whatever. Mr. Schlerka? Well, I'm hesitant because, you know, the last time we wanted to show Europe how good we are, the government fell. I think the Czech Republic is like Hobbit land, you know, we're very good at taking care of our little Hobbit land, and we're nervous when we are supposed to present in a wider forum, but I think hobbits are underestimated at the same time, which leaves me hopeful. I think that we are leaders in terms of Ukraine. We have a clear opinion on it. We are quite careful when it comes to adopting new measures a bit too fast, maybe, without thinking them through. And the situation in Europe is quite turbulent and hard to predict. And I think that this situation is good for people who know well how to improvise and look for creative solutions. And I loved how Monica emphasized the Czech creativity, so I think that the Czech presidency has come at the right time to the right place. It might not be elegant, but it will be good in the end. Thank you very much. That's the end of the third panel today. Thank you to all the guests, thank you to the organizers, thank you to our viewers. As I said, this is not the last panel today, there will be more. And now you're welcome to enjoy your coffee break, and we will start the final panel at 3:30. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Good afternoon to you all. Thank you for having stayed here for the last panel discussion dedicated to the future of European energy. As you will have noticed, we have different speakers here and a different host. My name is Anita Zachová, I'm the editor-in-chief of Active, and I'm very happy that I can be hosting this panel. Heinrich Bell Stiftung is the partner of this panel, and we thank them very much. We have around 90 minutes for the debate. 60 minutes will be dedicated to our speakers here in the panel, and for the last 90 minutes for the last 30 minutes I'll give a chance to our viewers to ask questions. You can ask questions both online and here in the room. So let's kick off this debate about the Czech presidency of the Council of the EU. We've already covered several serious topics: the protection of democracy, the protection of media, the financing of the media, and the question of the rule of law, and defense and security, of course. And one of the important issues that will also be shaping the Czech presidency is the energy situation and the effort of the EU to find a way out of the crisis. And of course the question here is how to provide sustainable and financially affordable energy to people. I'm very happy that we have the experts that we have here. I'll start from the left. Zuzana Krejčiříková, the Director of Public Affairs at CZECH. Then Marian Jurečka, Minister of Labour and Social Affairs. Hello, good afternoon. Iva Kopečná, Head of Unit, Coreper 1, Office of the Government. And on my left, Mr. Karel Polanecký, Energy Expert of Friends of the Earth, Czech Republic. And online we have Mr. Pavel Zámyslický, Director, Energy and Climate Protection Department from the Ministry of the Environment. Hello, good afternoon. We can see and hear you, great. Thank you for having connected online. So, energy will certainly be one of the key issues of the presidency, not because the Czech Republic would want that, but because that's what the situation is. Last year in July, European Commission published Fit for 55. The aim of Fit for 55 is to lower emissions by 55% to 2030. And then, of course, the war in Ukraine came, and the need to become independent of Russian energy sources. And then we have the new initiative here called Repower EU. So the Czech presidency needs to be able to address all these elements, give them some sort of practical, concrete shape, and implement them in practice. So how do we achieve energy security? That's the first question. And of course, we have Mr. Jurečka here, the Minister of Labour and Social Affairs, so a representative of the government, and I'd like to use his presence here. He's now the Minister of Labour and Social Affairs, but when he was an MP for the Christian Democratic Party, he dedicated a lot of his political time to energy and the energy sector. And of course, the energy situation very much impacts the situation of each and every citizen, which is related to social affairs, of course. And we all know that we need to have some sort of a sustainable energy policy, not just in terms of money, but also in terms of protecting the climate. So, Minister, could you please react to my opening question? When looking at what is happening in Europe right now, do we have energy security in Europe or not? Good afternoon, thank you for the invitation. Yes, for the last 4 years, when I was an opposition MP, I was active in the area of energy because I was the deputy head of the economic committee in the House, and I was looking at the use of biomass, the production of biomethane, small hydro factories, etc. So I do have something to do with the topic. Yes, you might wonder why I am here as a Minister of Labour and Social Affairs, but historically I have dedicated a lot of my time to energy. Climate change, renewables, and everything else related to this is important here, because when not managed well, it has social consequences. Today, domestic budgets have been burdened a lot by the situation, and the state has to react. So, looking at your question, philosophically, Europe has enough energy. You know, it's incredibly hot outside, the sun is shining, so we have a lot of energy from the sun, and the volume of biomass is growing. So in the wider context, if we were to manage energy optimally, we would have to say that we have enough of it. But of course, looking at the war in Ukraine, the behavior of Russia as a supplier of gas and oil, we cannot say, okay, check, Europe has no issues with energy. We are threatened. The situation is serious. There is a reduction of gas supplies from Russia. The situation will be getting worse in the coming weeks and months, and we are under pressure. We are all trying very fast to diversify, to accelerate the use of renewables, to figure out accumulation, to accumulate power from the summer months, to store it and use it in winter, and we're also looking for other places to buy energy, you know, so European politicians go to various places, Qatar and other countries too, and they look for LNG, where they could buy more LNG, how they could distribute oil from other places than Russia. So for the coming months, up to 2 years, the situation may be quite critical. But if we manage this, together with efficiency, we will come out of this stronger. We will come out of this stronger, I'm convinced of that, but in the coming weeks and months it will be difficult for everyone, for companies, for the level of employment, for households, for everyone. Okay, let me follow up with another question. You mentioned that ministers keep visiting countries that they maybe were not visiting before and asking them for sources of energy. Isn't this another dependency? Isn't it just another type of being dependent on third countries? It may seem like that. We said that natural gas will enable our energy transformation. We thought that it would be a case of 10 or 20 years, but now we're really desperately looking for new suppliers of natural gas. Looking at it from the point of my values, political values, of course, you don't want to, go from a bad situation to something even worse, because you want to avoid Russia, so you're going to buy energy from countries that support terrorism, from countries on which we inflicted sanctions in the past, such as Iran, be it just for a couple of years. That's a question that we should answer for ourselves. In my introduction, I said that we not only have to provide for energy security, we should have affordable energy, but also sustainable energy in terms of climate change. And when the war in Ukraine came, several articles and discussions appeared saying that we have to step down from our climate ambitions because the situation makes it impossible to achieve our climate goals. So, I'd like to ask the representative of the Ministry of the Environment whether that is the case, whether the crisis makes us weaker when it comes to our sustainability goals, or is it the other way around? Maybe we should just accelerate this. Mr. Zamyslický? Thank you. Thank you for the question. I definitely think that the latter is true, so we're trying to accelerate the use of renewables and sustainable solutions, not just in the Czech Republic, but also in Brussels. Many debates have been going on about accelerating Fit for 55 and complementing it with initiatives from Repower EU. And the goal is to invest as much as possible to renewable energy and energy savings. That will enable us to stop being dependent on Russia. What's less pleasant is that we probably won't have access to natural gas as this transition source of energy that we were relying on, and we probably won't have it. So it will be more expensive, it won't be used as much, and it will probably serve us for shorter than we thought as a transition medium, before we really get to a situation in which we have highly developed renewables.
Thank you very much for your response. And I also have a follow-up for you. I have framed the debate by talking about the Czech presidency in the Council of the EU. So, on behalf of the Ministry of the Environment, could you say what you believe are the key points that we should focus on in the future negotiations? What are the key points we need to focus on if we want a green and sustainable future? So, speaking on behalf of the Ministry of the Environment, I think that the utmost priority is Fit for 55, so this entire package. And we hope that tomorrow in Luxembourg negotiations will be successful, and obviously the Czech Republic has its delegation there led by the Ministry for the Environment. The French presidency will try to reach a compromise approach by the Council, and trying to fine-tune the emission trading schemes and to decide whether the emission trading schemes would also apply to cars and buildings, and when cars with traditional combustion engines should no longer be sold in the EU. So all those are points that need to be addressed,
and there are a number of details that still need our attention. So they require a lot of energy, a lot of negotiations, but there are 27 countries sitting around the table, often with very different attitudes. And this concerns both the emission trading schemes and creating further financial mechanisms to facilitate the green transition. So many things to still negotiate, so we will see what happens tomorrow. On July the 1st, we will follow up on the French presidency in these negotiations. So if there are still any issues left undecided, that's going to be our task. And then we will also have to mediate between the member states and the European Parliament and the European Commission, continuing the trialogue. So we will have to work on how to actually specify those different pieces of legislation which are part of the Fit for 55 package. So this definitely is a big task for the next 6 months. And yes, we will also represent the EU negotiating the climate agenda with other stakeholders such as the UN and other actors. But yes, that's a normal part of the presidency. And it's our job also to raise awareness of the legal framework that will bring us to the goal that we set for 2030, and that is lowering the amount of emission by at least 55%. Thank you very much. And now I have a question to Ms. Kopečná. She is representing the Czech government's office, so she is a part of the team working with the member states, trying to find a consensus. So looking at those negotiations, meaning the negotiations of the Fit for 55 package, and also the negotiations about the response to the current energy security needs. So what is the situation like? Is there a consensus between member states? Well, first let me tell you that the Czech government's office isn't actually active in negotiations. Because it's the experts who do the negotiations. Some of the experts are at the Ministry of the Environment, some of the experts are at the Ministry of the Industry and Trade. So what we do at the Czech government office is coordinating all those different experts. So we don't personally go to Brussels to be part of the negotiations. We actually have experts in Brussels who participate in the working groups, then in COREPER meetings, and then finally in the ministerial meeting. And that is what is happening tomorrow. And already actually today, ministers of the environment of all member states are now in Luxembourg carrying out the negotiations on the top level. And they have already covered a number of topics, for example, energy efficiency and some others. And you've asked what the situation is like, if it's going to be easy to reach a consensus. And from what I can say is that the French presidency would really like to finalize this and to come up with a compromise text of the Council so that the Czech presidency could work with that. So the French presidency would really like to get the credit. So the negotiations are very fast-paced and very dynamic. Member countries are last minute coming with different amendments, trying to find coalitions. So everything is really very dynamic and very thrilling in Luxembourg. And also I have a follow-up for you. Are you optimistic about the outcome of the negotiations? Do you believe that member countries will reach a consensus also in the most controversial cases? Do you think it's realistic to expect this from the Council today, tomorrow, or in the next few weeks? Well, I'm very hopeful. And maybe the urgency and also the current situation with the war in Ukraine has been helping, because everybody now feels that we absolutely need to reach a consensus, and I feel that all member states want to do that. And if the Council doesn't find common approach tomorrow, the Czech presidency will follow up on that and as quickly as possible will try to reach a consensus between the member states so that we can start the phase of implementation of this legislation, because that's what it's all about. Now I have a question to Ms. Krejčíková. She represents a Czech company called CZECH, which is the state-owned energy and utilities company. So I'd like to know what your opinion is coming from your business perspective. We are facing this challenge of having affordable energy, having a sustainable energy, and delivering energy security to Europe. So looking at those plans that the EU has come up with, do you think these are realistic? Do you think that they can be implemented quickly? Well, actually, I think that this is something that we already shown last year when in our strategy announced that we are massively turning to renewables combined with nuclear energy. So I don't think that we should now question or challenge climate neutrality. Actually, this is something that we would like to reach by 2040. But I think that the topic today really is energy security. If you remember what the EU did in 2009, talking about different targets and different priorities, the EU already back then talked about not only sustainability, but also energy security. But we lived in peace for a long time, so we mostly focused on sustainability, on decarbonization, and we slightly neglected the energy security part. The third pillar, or the third point of the metaphorical triangle. So I think that right now we really need to catch up and to focus on the next winter and to have enough capacities. And I think that the Czech Republic can play a key role in this. And I think that we really, as the Czech Republic, need to appeal for solidarity, because the Czech Republic is reliant on supplies, and actually there is enough gas in the world, but the problem is how to transport it, particularly to some of the member states, and this includes the Czech Republic. So that's the challenge, making sure that all the member states, based on the principle of solidarity, have enough gas supplies to withstand the winter. And one more question to you, Ms. Krejčíková. We have been talking about the two different packages, Fit for 55 and Repower EU. What do you think is the main point of these two packages? What do you think is the key file that you are interested in, that you follow with the greatest interest? I don't know about greatest interest, but definitely for me the biggest topic is renewables and also energy efficiency and energy savings. Because CZECH Group is a group of many different subsidiaries, and we think that there is a big potential in these areas. And I think that the time is right for pushing energy savings. And here I would really like to challenge this building and the European Commission here in Prague, because energy savings here aren't done very smartly. We are air conditioning and we are not using solar power clearly. So yes, so this is definitely one topic. And also another topic for us is red tape, getting rid of red tape, and also focusing on redress and making sure that even if you appeal a decision of an authority, for example, you can still somehow operate. So this is definitely something that we would like to see to support the installation of more renewables. And now I have a question to Ms. Polanecki, representing the NGO Friends of the Earth. sustainable energy has been your topic for a long time. So, Ms. Polanecki, what do you think of the draft legislation coming from the EU? Do you think they are sufficient to deliver energy security as well as sustainability? So are you happy about what the EU has been doing? Well, I really want to start with one number that I remember from the Repower EU package. It says that by 2030, 30% of steel production needs to use hydrogen. And that's completely unbelievable to me. This really is ambitious. So those plans, they are ambitious. When Commissioner Timmermans presented this, I believe he said that it's going to be bloody difficult, and I quote here. But at the same time, those plans are very vague. We have the targets, but we are not sure how we are going to achieve them, because we don't only need hydrogen, we need green hydrogen. So how are we going to produce that much hydrogen to be able to use it to manufacture all that steel? Because we also want to use it in other sectors, for accumulation, for example. But now, according to the plans, we are also supposed to use it in the steel industry as the main source of energy. And this presents huge challenges. Germany is also very ambitious in its plans, but not even Germany is this ambitious. So this really is a huge leap. So originally we would have never been able to imagine goals ambitious like this, but here they are. But at the same time, this is not something that will solve our problem, how we are going to heat our homes this winter 2022. So there are some mid-term goals, there are some long-term goals, and these are very ambitious. But we probably all realize that the next winter is going to be challenging and very different. And I think that the International Energy Agency has put it very well. When the invasion started, it said no more contracts with Russia. And the next thing was switching to renewables. It also said that we need to utilize nuclear power plants and biomass power plants. And then there was another point, and I was really surprised to hear this from an International Energy Agency, and that was energy savings. So the institution safeguarding the interest of the energy sector, which always has been saying that there is enough energy for affordable prices, this institution is telling you, please do not heat your homes to 25 degrees Celsius, please only heat them to 20 degrees Celsius. So it's talking about energy saving. So these are two different things, our immediate future this winter and those short-term and medium and long-term goals. And in order to tackle these two challenges, we will have to come up with new tools that we did not expect a year ago or 2 years ago. And unfortunately, we don't have those capacities. Definitely not yet. And some of my colleagues here have remarked that I look tired. And yeah, that's the case. We are refurbishing a house. And let me tell you, if you want to hire somebody to do some construction work and you approach a skilled worker, they will tell you, yeah, we have capacity in 2023 in July. So yeah, I need to refurbish my own house to get some energy saving. Let me also ask a follow-up. What do you think of the Czech response to this new legislation and to those new targets? Well, I think that the Czech response needs to focus on those immediate challenges. So that's what we need to start with. And I think that the most obvious problem right now is energy poverty. We heard this in the latest speech of the Czech Prime Minister. He was talking about taking specific measures to mitigate energy poverty. We still don't know what these measures specifically are. And at the same time, we can't really ask it of the Czech government to solve a problem that is so complex. Such as, what do we do if Russia stops all supplies? But at the same time, I would really want to see the government being more active in catching up and actually finally doing our homework that we neglected in the previous years. That's, for example, a lack of insulation in our buildings, not enough energy savings, not enough energy efficiency. I think it was 12 years ago that I sat in this very room during a similar event, and I have a colleague who is a theoretical physicist. And back then, he was asked how much biomass we could use in power plants, and he said, well, all of it. We can actually build houses that save energy and which are so energy efficient that we won't even have to discuss anything like that. So there are programs in the Czech Republic, in the EU, but unfortunately energy efficiency and energy savings aren't where they could be, despite the investment. We have mentioned several ways and several technologies that we could use to reach our targets. We have been talking about hydrogen, about energy savings, about energy efficiency, and many other things. Minister Jurečka, what in your opinion should the energy mix be like? Not only in the Czech Republic, but in the entire EU. What do you think?
Well, if I knew this, I would not be sitting here. My job would be a key energy analyst. No. I'm just trying to say that the answer is not easy. You said that customers want sustainable and cheap energy. Well, for the next 3.5 years, we're certainly not going to have cheap energy. Nobody in Europe. If you look at stock exchanges around the world, we will be striving to have a rising share of renewables, but most importantly, we need to have some energy, especially gas. So where can we evolve, and what are the bottlenecks that we can address? We need to be faster in building capacities of renewables, accumulation capacity. I am not afraid that we will not be able to build renewables. Most importantly, we need to address the big differences between the summer and the winter. That will be a big challenge, especially for countries in Central and Northern Europe. So we will be limited by the production capacity, by certain components, by human resources. Like there is a big lack of people, not just in the energy industry. We have insulation material now, but we don't have the people who would install it. So we will be limited by that. So we need to speed up labor migration. It's part of it. Then the affordability. I mean, academically, it's not a problem. And Europe is always ambitious. Yeah, the Commission and the Parliament are always ambitious. I mean, I'm not downplaying this. I do believe climate change is a big problem. I do. But we need to make this understandable for people, make it affordable, because if we don't, they will be scared of the situation and their priorities will be completely different. It will be pure survival for them. So the subsidies, for example, should be accessible to people with lower income. Like today, a low-income household does not have access to green subsidies.
because they don't have 50% of co-financing, but we're trying to change it now. We're working on it with the Ministry of Environment as well. And I'd like to link it to, for example, I'd like to link people who are eligible to receive housing allowance with economic advisory and also, of course, energy advisory, you know, in terms of how to be more efficient, because people don't like it when they have to keep asking for various social benefits and allowances. Sorry, I'm stepping a bit too wide here, but I think it's all important. A good energy mix means using the resources that the countries already have, and then, of course, having the infrastructure for sharing. So in, you know, countries with a lot of sunshine, we're going to develop more photovoltaics. The same goes for countries that have the ocean in terms of wind, and we will be combining things here in the Czech Republic. And what's very important is building a robust distribution system with great accumulation capacities. This really is a big deal, and we're not talking about it enough. You have places here in the Czech Republic where the regulator, the distributor, will not allow you to have photovoltaics on your house. They will not give you the permit because of infrastructure issues. Okay, my next question is for Mr. Zámyslický. We mentioned the program called Green Light to Savings, the new Green Light to Savings. We mentioned lack of workers, the issue with subsidies, because subsidies are not enough. You have to have a very comprehensive system around the subsidies so that they go where they should be going. So what are the plans? How do we break through the bubble? Because people have started to realize that we do need new sources of energy. We need to be building photovoltaic sources of energy. We have been neglecting it in the past couple of years, maybe. So what are the plans? What are we going to do this year, next year, to satisfy the demand that we have from the Czech public? The interpreter apologizes, she cannot hear. The mic is not on. Please turn on the mic, thank you. Yes, we have this new Green Light to Savings program. I mean, it's been on for a long time, so we're just adjusting it, we're just modifying it. And the main tool for investing in renewables is our modernization fund. And we had photovoltaic projects in it and calls for entries, and there will be more calls in the following years. So there is space for financing, it's ready. And there are other areas as well. As the minister said, we need storage capabilities, we need to strengthen distribution networks so that people actually receive a permit when they want to put solar panels on their roof. I mean, that can't be happening, that the distributor doesn't allow them to do that because the network capacity is not sufficient. We absolutely have to address that. The basic scheme is set up pretty well. We have operational programs, the modernization fund, the national renewal fund or restoration fund. There are no overlaps between these funds. I think the whole system is set up pretty well, the whole subsidy ecosystem. But in a year or two, some of the European funds will be empty, they will be fully used. And we have some other priorities as well, not just renewables, but getting rid of our dependence on Russian energy. So once the Fit for 55 package is adopted in some fundamental form, we will know better, how much resources will be made available, how they will be made available. We have recently calculated with a colleague that it is up to 850 billion of Czech crowns available until 2030, which is a lot of money, and we have to know how to use it. In the modernization fund, we have around 400 billion. We should also have a social climate fund that will be focusing on an area which is not really ready in the Czech Republic, i.e. smart help to people who are socially disadvantaged, help to people who you really don't want to sideline. They should get some energy allowance, and you should make sure that they are not trapped somewhere, for example, in a rental apartment that would not allow them to lower their energy invoice, because they cannot really insulate their apartment because it's a rental apartment, so there would be no way for them to pay less for energy. So we need to build social programs for all this and allocate sufficient funds for them. So we'll look at the whole Fit for 55 package, see how much money is there, and then complement it with our own resources to make sure we cover everything important. Okay, it has been said that we need enough resources and tools for socially disadvantaged people who may not be able to pay their utilities bills, people who are threatened by energy poverty. Let's stick with this. I have a question for Ms. Kopečná, because she will have to leave in around 15 minutes. You mentioned the European Social or Climate Fund. I don't know what the exact name is. What does the situation look like at the European level when it comes to preparing these support funds, support programs for member states and citizens who will be burdened by the growing energy prices? Well, if you're asking about the current state of negotiations, that's actually what will be on the table tomorrow. And the climate fund is tied to other parts of the Fit for 55 package, i.e. creating a separate emissions trading systems for buildings and road transport. There is not a unanimous excitement about this proposal, and the discussion is not over. So that's about the negotiations. You were speaking about photovoltaics here. As part of Repower EU, which again is a package of legislative and non-legislative proposals, the EU solar strategy has been published. And part of that is new energy labeling of buildings. And if you have solar panels on a certain percentage of your building's surface, your building will be labeled differently in terms of energy efficiency. So we have this. And the Czech Republic will have to, as the President of the Council of the EU, will have to push this forward. Oh, well, it's a strategy, it's not legislation, so it's not bound by the strict rules of the legislative process, and we certainly have more time for that. But of course, as part of the Repower EU package, a legislative proposal has been published that goes further than the Fit for 55 ambitions as regards energy efficiency and renewables. So there is this goal for surfaces covered by solar panels, and we will have to look at that. During the 6 months of our presidency, we will have to achieve a common position in the Council so that the Swedish presidency can then take over and start negotiations with the Parliament if things go well. I have another question for Mr. Zámyslický. It has been mentioned that the EU targets are getting stricter and stricter. Mr. Zámyslický, does the Czech Republic know how it will increase its targets, make them more ambitious? Because we know that some of the figures are valid for the whole of Europe and some of the figures are specific for a given member state. So are we increasing the percentages at least on paper? I think that as regards energy efficiency and renewables, it will be up to the Ministry of Industry and Trade to kick this off, to look at our national energy and climate plan and come up with a proposal that will be discussed. I've just actually received an email from the European Commission informing us that they expect us to submit a draft of an updated energy and climate plan by mid-next year, in which we will be specifying how we will contribute to EU's goals. So by the end of this year or at the beginning of next year, a debate will be held on how big the Czech contribution should be to this, whether it's adequate or not, whether it's sufficient or not. So currently we have our hands full with all those packages that we have to take care of, but once the presidency is over, we immediately have to switch to the domestic mode, so to speak, and we have to update our national action plan, the climate and energy plan. And I think that the government's manifesto says that in 2023 it will introduce a new energy strategy and climate protection strategy, and of course those two are closely tied. So our 2023 goals should be in those documents as well. Thank you. I'll go back to the social question. Ms. Krejčiříková, ČEZ is the main player on the Czech market. Looking at the social issues related to rising energy prices, is ČEZ preparing any activities, or does it have a strategy to make the situation easier for its clients in these difficult times? Well, we're a private company, so we cannot really have any social tariffs or discounts because it would be against the Act on Corporations, but we have some CSR activities. We have a website called www.iamsavingmoney.cz. I'm saving money and energy, so they can calculate how much energy their household is consuming, where they can save some money. And we also point our customers towards the websites of the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs and Ministry of the Environment if they want to get subsidies or more information. So we try to communicate with our customers as regards energy savings, and we communicate with the Ministry of Industry and Trade about the efficient tariff and about the proposal adopted by the government last week. I mean, it's a wide-ranging tariff. It's a blanket tariff, but I think the government reacted well, and now we have yet to focus on especially vulnerable households, because it is really important. The prices are high, but if you are a reliable provider, you buy energy a year or two ahead. So we have not reached the peak yet. The prices will be stable for some time, and then they will go down, but it will take several years. So we should definitely focus on vulnerable customers, but the state has to do that. ČEZ is not a 100% state company for it to provide this help. And this is a question for Mr. Jurečka.
And this question is also related to one that has been submitted online. So the question to Minister Jurečka is, how is the Czech Republic and the Czech presidency approach the problem of growing energy prices? Is there a plan? What is your government going to do here in the Czech Republic, and what do you think we could transfer to the European Union? How to address those growing prices of energy? I think that the Czech presidency will be judged and assessed based on this topic, based on the European Union manages to live through the autumn and the winter, based on whether we will have enough energy supplies or not. So I think this will be the thing that will either make or break the Czech presidency. Not necessarily only for Czech people, but for Europeans in general. And of course, we can't influence everything, but I think that there are definitely things that we can do. For example, joint purchasing and focusing on the logistics of joint purchases and then of allocating supplies. And I think that in this respect, the Czech Republic needs to play a very active and proactive role. We have also been talking here about the principle of solidarity, and we have seen that joint purchases can be very beneficial. That's what we saw during the pandemic, but at the same time, the solidarity doesn't come out of the blue. It requires negotiations, so that is something that we will have to focus on during our negotiations. And for the Czech Republic, this is very relevant because we are one of the final countries on the pipeline. So we really depend on the solidarity of other countries if we want to get the energy supplies that we need to the Czech Republic, especially during winter. So this will be super important to really coordinate between all of those different states and to definitely focus on solidarity. And of course, ending the war in Ukraine would help us to deliver energy security. Another thing that is relevant in the Czech Republic as well as the European Union, another thing that we need to do is to focus on households, on vulnerable groups of people who will suffer the most because of growing energy prices. And we also cannot forget our European companies, because they also suffer from high energy prices. And I think that in the EU we should definitely have a joint, common, coordinated approach. We cannot really afford to have different approaches in different countries, because that would distort the single common market, because there might be governments which will be helping more, there will be governments that will be helping less.
which will distort fair competition in the single market, and that could cause big troubles in the next 2 years. So what we need, I believe, is a coordinated approach. I think that we very clearly define the framework in which we are working on this. And yes, we need to focus on the immediate solution, a solution for the next 4 or 6 months, but also we need to think ahead. I think that right now we will maybe have a few weeks to take over the presidency, but then the hot phase will start and we will really have to act. And that's another thing, we really need to be more flexible, we need to be more proactive. And in the Czech Republic, I think we will definitely need to accelerate the rate of installing solar panels and other renewables. We see the skyrocketing demand for renewables. So actually what limits us is the supply of the solar panels and of all the equipment that is necessary. Talking about European solidarity, let me ask a follow-up, Minister Jurečka. Is it even possible to achieve this solidarity? Because in the last few months we have seen many different approaches. For example, to the price of petrol. There are countries which are subsidizing petrol, there are countries which, for example, abolished the VAT on petrol. Spain has an exception, so they can cap petrol prices. So is it even possible to coordinate this throughout the 27 member states? Is it even realistic to achieve a coordinated approach to these questions? Well, when I talked about solidarity, I was mostly talking about the distribution of gas. Because when it comes to financial aid, financial support, I think that we need to start off from a common framework, from a common basis to be still able to safeguard the single market. But then, obviously, each country tailors the measures to their own realities. So yes, a coordinated approach is necessary, at least in the broad strokes. And solidarity is absolutely vital when it comes to the supply of, for example, gas, because if there isn't a pipeline leading to the Czech Republic from Norway, for example, we can buy how much gas we want from Norway, but how will it get to us? We are reliant on the solidarity of other countries to help us and to supply us with gas from alternative suppliers. And here, obviously, I'm talking about really dark scenarios because we actually have quite a lot of gas stored for the coming winter. So I believe that we have enough gas stored to sustain us up until January or February 2023. But still, we need the solidarity of those other countries. Mr. Polanetsky, what do you think the government should do to address the problem of energy poverty? We have also heard some specific measures that we can take, that utilities companies can take. We have heard from Minister Jurečka. What do you think the Czech government should do for those vulnerable groups? I think that the government has been doing what it can. The government is trying to compensate for the exorbitant prices they are paying for energy. And I believe that we could use a smarter approach, because right now the help goes to everybody. It would be probably smarter to just target the vulnerable groups, not everybody. It would be nice to have an algorithm to address this. Where I think we could do more, and we have only been talking about photovoltaics so far, because heating will be crucial. It will be the topic number one this winter. And I feel that in all those government packages proposing to deal with rising energy prices, what we are neglecting as heating is actually what households pay for central heating. Those households which do not buy gas or do not buy electricity to heat their own place, but we shouldn't forget those who pay for central heating. As for any changes in co-financing schemes and subsidy programs, I think that there is still room for improvement, for making these more accessible, making more people entitled to draw money from these. Let me give you an example. If you have an old house and you would like to use a co-financing scheme, you first need to get one assessment from an expert and another assessment from an expert. So the whole process is rather complicated and actually quite costly. So if, for example, you need to insulate your attic, first you need to do many different things and you need to hire many different people. And again, this is costly, the demand for those services is very high right now. So I think that there is still room for improvement and there are still things that we could do, either to provide advice or maybe also other things. Another thing that we haven't really addressed so far is how to use the nationwide reserves, because it can easily happen that we won't have enough materials, or raw materials and equipment and technologies will be so expensive that it doesn't really make sense for people to somehow prepare and to improve their situation. Ms. Kopečná, I know that you cannot stay much longer, but please let me ask you one more question before you leave. Returning to the Czech presidency as such, is there one thing that you believe the Czech presidency should achieve in the energy sector in the next 6 months? What would be your top priority? What should we wish for in this respect, in your opinion? Well, generally speaking, and I think it applies to the energy sector, but also all the other sectors, I think we really should be this honest broker and play this role well, so that at the end of the presidency we can look back and we can be proud of the compromise we have managed to reach and the countries managed to reach thanks to our mediation, and to look back and to know that we have really pushed the legislation forward and have made progress on all those different files. Thank you very much. And this brings us to the next stage of our debate. Here we would like to give the floor to questions from the audience. I have already asked one question from somebody watching us on stream, but if there are any questions from those of you who are present here, now is your chance. There seems to be a question, so please wait for the microphone. Thank you very much. Bara Orbanova. I'm from the Center for Transport and Energy, and I have a question to Minister Jurečka concerning the Social Climate Fund. Do you already know at the Ministry how to identify who should be eligible for financing from this fund? And do you already know how to regulate this fund, not only to solve energy poverty, which has been mentioned quite a lot, but also to tackle transport poverty before it is felt by households and by individuals? Thank you very much for this question. Minister Jurečka. Thank you very much. I'm really glad that the Social Climate Fund has been mentioned a lot during this debate, and it seems that this debate will actually accelerate its implementation. Originally it was scheduled for sometime around 2025. Now it seems it's going to be even earlier, maybe 2024. Let's see how ambitious the EU is going to be. And I would actually be very happy to see more initiative in this respect from my colleagues in the European Parliament and in the European Commission. And I completely agree that the Social Climate Fund should not only address the problems with heating and energy poverty, but also the problems with transport poverty that might be caused by the implementation of emission trading schemes or by the ban on combustion engine cars. Because all this can be less affordable for the poorest in our countries. Actually, I have to admit that in the last few months we didn't really have the time and energy to focus on the Social Climate Fund and on addressing who might be eligible for funding from this fund. But actually what we have been doing is how to define a socially vulnerable customer in terms of energy supplies, because that is something we need to define. We want to have it defined in our Czech legislation, and we have actually done a very good job defining it, taking many different factors into consideration, not only income, but for example, whether this person is living with a handicap or not. So all these are factors that can render a person socially vulnerable when it comes to energy supplies. So we have already been addressing that, and I think that it will be a very good basis for talking about the Social Climate Fund. So I think that this know-how that we now have thanks to this is very transferable to the Social Climate Fund and to how we could use it to support households. Thank you very much for this question and also for your answer, Minister Jurečka. And there seems to be another question. Hello, good afternoon. Jiří Vecka. I am from the Association of Heating Plants in the Czech Republic. I'm very glad that heating has been already mentioned in this debate. We really want the Czech support program to address the problems of households which use central heating and pay for heating as opposed to paying for gas or electricity. And there are about 4 million Czech households like this. So we have been in contact with the ministry and we really want to make this a part of the Czech legislation. But actually I would like to ask a question from Mr. Zamyslický from the Department of Energy and Climate Protection from the Ministry of the Environment. Because what we've heard is that by 2030, the Czech Republic will be able to use some 830 billion, and we will have 400 billion from the Modernization Fund. If I remember these numbers correctly. Could you also talk more specifically about other financing instruments that the Czech Republic will be able to use and who will be eligible, which kind of projects? Thank you very much. And Mr. Zamyslický, can you please react? I hope that you have heard the question. We are very sorry, but now we cannot hear the answer. I actually mentioned 400 billion. I think that is the latest estimate what the Czech Republic could draw from the Modernization Fund by 2030. The fund is already in existence, supporting projects already, but it will exist and support environmental projects by 2030. And by 2030, every year the Czech Republic will be able to draw more and more. So we can actually be every year more ambitious in terms of the number of projects and also categories of projects that will be eligible for this fund. What definitely needs to happen is to revise the directive on emission trading schemes, and this will definitely have an impact on this, because if this directive is modernized, then the Modernization Fund could actually help support some of the social aspects or mitigate some of the social impacts of all these changes. We still don't know whether natural gas will be supported at least for a certain period. The original European Commission draft says no, but there are other stakeholders who would like to see a transition period in this respect. And together with the Social Climate Fund and from the emission trading schemes for transport and buildings, we will be able to draw 830 billion plus 400 billion. So I think that around 2025 we can expect to start drawing from these two funds to a larger extent. Another important thing is that the Czech Republic will get some 334 billion Czech crowns from the existing emission trading schemes. And right now, this money goes to the government budget, and I can understand that because our deficit is huge, so any income is a good thing. But I actually think that here our government should really think of a strategy for how to use this money in the future. Right now, we will draw some 13 billion for 2022, but actually in the upcoming years, the amount of money could double or triple. So it probably wouldn't be smart to just put this money into the government budget rather than use it for green projects or green programs. We could invest those into renewables, we could invest those into accumulation. So then in the future, they could actually make more money, so they simply wouldn't be diluted in the governmental budget going for public servants' wages or things like that. They could be used in a much more targeted and smarter way. So I believe that the government should come up with a strategy for the period between 2022 and 2030 on how to use this income from the emission trading schemes more efficiently. Right now, it seems that about 50% of this money could be used for greening, but we will see what the directive will say and whether it will say that 50% should be used or actually shall be used. So we'll see. And obviously the government strategy for the Czech Republic should reflect that. Because there are challenges we need to address, getting rid of supplies from Russia and also meeting our own climate targets by 2030 and 2050. We have heard about the 850 billion, and out of this about 400 billion is from the modernization fund. Ms. Gracie říká, do you think this is enough money to meet our targets, to fulfill the tasks? Well, that depends on what you consider to be enough. I'm very glad that we have this kind of money available, and I hope that we will use it in a smart way, because from time to time we hear from MPs or other politicians that we should use this money from the modernization fund simply to cover our basic budgetary needs. But I think that it's in our interest to actually use the money from the modernization fund for what they are allocated, and that is modernization, so greening and meeting our climate targets. And we could actually get even more money. So we definitely need to think about this and also reflect the consensus that is being reached in the EU. We'll see how much money the Czech Republic gets in the end. So I believe that one of the goals of the Czech presidency should be to make sure that the funding that are allocated to the Czech Republic is as big as possible, so that we can really easily transition into renewable energy. Yes, we've heard here about the debate between shall and should, and how much of this money should or shall be used for greening. The question is, why not invest 100% from emission trading schemes to greening or to the decarbonization of the energy sector? But I believe that one of the key goals is also diversification. So that's also another aspect that needs to be considered when thinking about how to invest this money. I also think that we should still be able to use the money from the modernization fund on gas heating and using gas in the energy sector, because gas is going to be around because there is enough gas in the world. The only problem is where we get it from and how do we get it here, and these are problems that we can solve. So that's why as CZECH we have actually started investments into modernization in this sector, and I therefore believe that also gas-related projects should be eligible. Ms. Polanecki, do you think gas should be eligible for support from the Modernization Fund? Well, I have to admit that when I hear the number 850 billion, I actually have no idea how to allocate this, where should which percentage go. I think that the cost of the transformation of the entire energy sector is somewhere around hundreds of billions. But the main question is, do we have enough gas supply? If there is enough gas supply, then I believe that we probably shouldn't support it as much as new technologies, because it's already an established technology, unlike, for example, hydrogen. Just look at the prices of green hydrogen. It's about, if you want to buy a kilowatt hour of green hydrogen, it's the same as 12 years ago natural gas. So I think that's where the money needs to go. If within the next 10 years we want to make green hydrogen more accessible. As for natural gas, I'm afraid that we could end up in a situation, and this might be very strange saying it like this now, when we need the gas and we don't know where to get it from, but I don't think we should just switch from one natural gas supplier to another and basically just switch from our dependency on one supplier to another. I think that the way we need to go is to stop heating so much, to save energy, to deliver better energy efficiency. And only if we have no more projects to support from these funds, then I believe we can start discussing whether to spend it on top-notch, high-tech gas technologies or something else. For example, the Energiewende in Germany is something that addresses this. The transition needs an enormous amount of money, so we need to think about where it's the smartest to invest it and whether that's gas necessarily. Thank you. We have more space for questions, so first here, thank you. Thank you, Jan Vitásek, the publisher of Directive.cz. I have a question for the minister present here. Are there any areas where your ministry will do something with relation to energy poverty? Because energy prices have been rising sharply, there may be social issues, protests, again, rising prices of energy. You know, they are present everywhere in Europe. So is there room for the Czech presidency to improve this? Certainly. Many measures are being taken at the local level, the tax level. And Where there is an overlap, and I have been trying to accentuate this at the European level, is, between the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs and Ministry of the Environment. The conditions for drawing money from the modernization fund, let's not wait for the social and climate fund. Let's set up the conditions for subsidies so that drawing money from this fund is available for socially disadvantaged people and households. We have the so-called boiler subsidies here in the Czech Republic, where the subsidy is up to 95%. If you are a socially disadvantaged low-income household, you only have to provide 5% of co-financing. And let's do a similar thing, for heat pumps or for other subsidies, for insulation, for energy savings, etc. There should be a progression of co-financing based on how big the income of the household is. Because, you tell people to be green, but you make it impossible for them to be green. So let's change that. And I think the Czech Republic can contribute to that. And what I also think is important is compensations for the suppliers of heat, compensations in the volume of 10 billion crowns. It's not that we forgot about them as the government. I mean, we know the heat industry is important, and we know we need to compensate for this with regard to the high prices. Thank you. Another question here. My right side. Hello, the floor is yours. Thank you. My name is Stepan Vizi. I'm from the Center for Transport and Energy. I'd like to ask the Minister about what Mr. Zamyslický mentioned, the yields or the income from the emissions trading scheme, because of course it would be natural to use this income for the economic and energy transition and for social measures. Do you think this is viable? Don't you think that we should target this money instead of just letting it dissolve in the government budget? There will be a debate about this. I think it requires a reasonable mix of which money we can invest directly in these social and environmental measures. We also need to find out where we will get the money that we want to dedicate to the efficient tariff, because the help might not be enough. Next year we would partially like to cover it from the income we get from the emissions trading scheme and from the record dividend that has been mentioned here. I mean, in my interest as the head of the party that also has the Ministry of the Environment in their portfolio, I would definitely be up for not dissolving the income from the emissions trading scheme in the budget. I agree that it should be used to directly compensate households if they have been impacted, or energy-heavy companies, energy-heavy industries. I think the state should guarantee to households and companies, if they ask for an energy efficiency subsidy or for a renewable subsidy, the state should guarantee that it will cover that demand 100%. It should not happen that the government says, oh, there are more entities, placing their demands that we can satisfy. That should not be the case. Okay, another question here, right here at the front. Hello, Adela Jurečková, Heinrich Böll Stiftung. We are the partner of this panel. I have a general question for Karol Polanecký. How happy are you with how the priorities of the presidency reflect the need to do something about climate change? Do you believe that the balance between the short-term and long-term energy goals is there? Do you think the balance is right? Have we managed to strike it right in the priorities of the presidency? And then another question for the minister or Mr. Zámyslický. Is the government planning on supporting community energy systems? Because we're speaking about renewables, about expanding them and supporting them. But there are many barriers to this, because there are barriers to creating energy communities and sharing energy in the distribution network. So, are you planning on doing anything in this respect? Thank you. Mr. Polanecký, please. I think that the Czech Republic has one problem. It is not a good role model. One indicator of things actually happening here, you know, a change of mindset, will come when we're able to build a wind power plant in 3 to 4 years. You know, once, if it's still taking 7 to 10 years to build a wind power plant, it means that we are still conservative, too conservative, not dynamic enough, not having the will to do something differently than we thought, you know, would be good 3 to 4 years ago. So the potential is there. We're just not using it because we are not ready. You know, the debate has always been, oh, well, the wind power plants are not so good looking, so we won't be doing it. Once we build 200 megawatts of wind power plants per year, I will believe that our mindsets have finally shifted. We will now suddenly be ready to build even local sources. We will be able to see that it's possible, that they do it abroad and we can do it too. I mean, if you go to Bratislava, the Slovak capital, and you look across the Danube River, across the river in Vienna, you have the windmills, and you don't have them on the Slovak side of the river. And there's a joke in Slovakia saying that, oh, the wind is probably blowing differently on the other side of the river, which is not true, obviously. So there is an iron curtain there still. The Czech Republic will definitely try to push the Fit for 55 package ahead to help it progress. There are several items that anyone would have issues with, not just the Czech Republic. I mean, when we speak about bringing buildings and individual transport to the ETS system, that's a big job ahead. If that is successful, then the Czech Republic will have a monument for it built in Brussels, I believe. A stone monument, because it is very hard. I don't think the probability percentage of this working out is below 50%, though. I don't think it will work out. It's not that our negotiation skills are bad, it's just an immense task that will be hard to bring to fruition. And now on to the minister. Maybe react to Mr. Polanecký. Why is this not possible? Why don't we have more windmills here? And then please react to the question about community energy. Well, for the last 2 years when I was an opposition MP, I spent my time submitting amendments, be it the Act on Supported Sources of Energy and other energy legislation. The EU clearly said, you have to do this, and the past Ministry of Industry and Trade was really fighting against it. So I hope that this government will redress that this year. I am definitely actively commenting on this legislation on behalf of the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs. And yes, I know the room is for change is here because municipalities want it, local communities want it. And yes, we need a full-fledged solution. Whenever anybody says, oh, we'll just give you a little bit more capacity in the distribution network, I say no. We need a 100% solution. Because once you say the municipality or the community will be a co-investor in a new energy plant, then its facilities will be dependent on it, its schools, etc. Once the community is really involved, then the situation is different than when you just have an investor who is not related to the community in any way and just says, hey, I just want to push this through. Then, of course, that's a problem. I always try to be open as a politician, and we have to say openly, like, what do we want? Either we want renewables, which includes windmills, or we want nothing. And the nothing would mean also no solar panels. Because sometimes communities would like to have projects, but then a non-governmental organization comes, oh, well, you can't have that here, you have to move it 20 kilometers away because of this beetle and that beetle living here. So we really should have a debate about it, because of course there are aesthetics requirements in terms of, looking at the landscape, but when you drive through Germany and Austria, you see it there. The windmills are located right next to communities, and I don't think the environment is suffering. I don't think the comfort of people who live there is suffering. It's still better to have the energy than be afraid of what will happen in the Kremlin tomorrow and how it will affect my access to energy. So our government had to take many steps and will have to take many steps in the other half of the year to make this faster. It's not just the environmental legislation, it's also the construction legislation and others. Mr. Polanetsky, can you react to this? Oh, it's definitely part of the debate, yes. Your comment about NGOs, but I mean, when you just say NGOs, it's as wide as if you said business, and there are many different sectors in business as there are in the NGO sphere. I know that for most people in the country it's difficult to distinguish between Greenpeace, Friends of the Earth, and some sort of local organization protecting a small region. And now I've made up the name of an insignificant local organization, sorry about that. But we are closer to the people than the investors, and I know that a number of them have done a lot to protect nature. I have many friends among them, but yes, I know they just don't want those projects there in their backyard, and it's hard to convince them. I know. it's hard for me to convince them that the project is useful. It's not easy, but we are doing things. We try to work with the Czech Society of Ornithology, for example, because you can measure the impact on landscape, unlike the impact on birds nesting, for example, or the number of birds flying through a given area. So it is difficult, but we're not giving up. Thank you. And the last question about community energy. Ms. Krejčířiková, how does CZECH see the trend of community energy? Do you think it is competition for you? Or on the other hand, are you trying to participate in these projects? Well, it's the future of energy, that's clear. I mean, there will be more and more prosumers. We will be installing photovoltaics on our roofs, heat pumps, etc. But yes, there is this directive from 2019 and we have not implemented it as a country. So together with the Ministry of Industry and Trade, we are working on it. We would like to finally have a transposition amendment created over the summer so that the bill is accepted very soon, because we want this to be part of our legislation as soon as possible. And Mr. Zamyslický, could you share with us what the Ministry of the Environment is preparing for the development of community energy? And how might the Czech presidency strengthen the implementation of these plans? Because these plans are not new. We've known them for a few years. We just need to put them in practice. Well, we are preparing the legislation and trying to eliminate obstacles in this area, especially in metering and tariff structure. And specifically, we have a call prepared for local and municipal projects, where the first pilot projects should receive a support in the form of, for example, a preparation of documentation. This would pave the way for others, show others how to do this, other cities and communities. And we want to use money from the Modernization Fund for this. Okay, thank you very much. Unfortunately, our time is out. It's a couple minutes past 5. We believe that community energy is the future of European energy. Thank you to all speakers for their comments, presentations. Thank you to everyone for your participation, questions and comments. Thank you to everyone here in the European House and online too. And thank you to the institutions and organizations that collaborated on this conference, the Euractiv.cz website, Hans Seidel Stiftung, as well as Heinrich Böll Stiftung, and the representation of the European Commission in the Czech Republic and the European Parliament office in the Czech Republic, which allowed us to hold this conference here on their premises. So, on Friday, the party will get started. The Czech presidency of the EU will get started. So we wish everyone in government good luck, everyone in the public sector. We hope that we'll be able to fulfill our goals and all the priorities and help Europe develop and evolve. Enjoy the rest of the day.